is present tonight. Sadie is coming, correct? Okay, perfect. So we are going to go ahead and go into closed session, and we will return at 6:30. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene to our open session. We do have one report from closed session. Pursuant to Education Code Section 48915, the board approved the stipulated expulsion case number 25/26-1 with a vote of 4-1. The motion carries. Dr. Palazuelos, are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
No, there are no deletions or corrections to the agenda.
Okay, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Let Shane come back. Okay. Tonight we get to swear in our new student board member from Argonaut High School. Claire Kay will complete a 2-year term as a student board member of Amador County Unified School District. And we look forward to having her on our team as we set policy and work to improve our schools. So are we going up to the front here? Is she here? We haven't seen her.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, she's at volleyball, so we will do that next time, but we are very excited to work with Claire when we see her. Somebody turn the lights back on back there. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 10, presentations and recognitions. Tonight we have summer maintenance and construction project updates with Mr. Cruz.
Okay, good to go. Good evening, board members, cabinet members, community members. Welcome tonight. We do this at the end of every summer. We kind of go over our summer projects, what we completed during the summer. The guys always work hard every summer. Not only do we have to do projects, we also have to maintain the buildings as summer goes on. So it's quite a challenge for these guys, but they do a great job. So tonight, I'm going to cover floors that we've done. I'm going to go over some stuff that we had contractors do this summer, a lot of odd and end projects, and then I'll wrap everything up. So every summer we go into our project list, and this is our project list. Now this year, what I did is I took a list that was about 3 weeks in the summer. So you can see where we start crossing items off as we're completing them. And then all the little notes that you see, all my little scribble handwriting, that is stuff that keeps coming up. So as we go through our list, we also realize that there's other things that have to be done. Transportation requested a mirror for the bus drivers coming down the driveway. Electricity for a trailer that we brought into Independence. Just all my little notes that we take there. And then we meet every week with the maintenance guys and kind of review where we're at and look at our timeline and see what we need to continue to work on. So I'll start with the floors in Ione Elementary. This was room 7. This floor had asbestos in the mastic below the tile. So in 1986, State of California started the AHERA Act. And what it did is it gave school districts direction on how to take care and protect students and staff from any type of asbestos that might still be in the school. So here, as you see, the picture on the left is tiles that started coming up. So in order to protect the environment, what we did is we put the rubber mat down and we tape around it so nothing can come up through there until we can get the remediation done. And then the middle part is a company, a contractor that came in, remediation company, and they basically quarantine the whole room and rip everything out for us. And then after a test is done and it's safe to get into the environment, then we go in and we put the final floor in. So that's room 7 at Ione Elementary. Jackson Junior High, we had a portable restroom where there was a lot of dry rot in the doorway, and there always is in these portable restrooms because the doors are open most of the time during winter, and the rain comes in. There's really no porch or protection for that. So you can see by the doorway there where there's new plywood, and then they're starting to prep the floor for the new insulation on the right-hand side. And then there's the floor starting to go down, and then all the stalls and fixtures installed back in. So, and we did both boys and girls restroom on that portable. Amador High School, we did the front office. The old carpet that was in there was real wavy and kind of creating a trip hazard. And so we did the front entry office, and we also did the front administrative office and the little break room in the back on the picture on the right-hand side. Pine Grove Elementary, there is room 11 in the process on the left, and on the right, the room's completed. Pioneer Elementary, we did room 11, is a counselor's office up there. Again, carpet was old and wavy and was all torn out and replaced. And we always do tile by the entry doors to kind of give an area to wipe off mud as you first come into the classroom. Trillia, last year, if you remember Trillia, we did a major remodel project in there. We took that corner fireplace out and we redid the classroom in there, and we got as far as doing the carpet last summer, but we ran out of time to do the tile. So this summer we did the main hallway tile, we did the main kitchen area, and we did another classroom area of tile. So the Trillia has a new floor. At Amador High School, we began foundation work. This is where a greenhouse is going to go. It's a CTE program. On the left, you can see the excavator in there. They're starting to move dirt around and get the foundation set up. And what we did is we put retaining wall blocks along the edge there to hold the dirt in place. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the final pad. So, and the students are actually going to do the concrete pad. And then when we're done, the maintenance guys will come in and build the greenhouse for them. So it'll be a good learning experience for the students. Here's the Amador Gym. This is, I think Jared talked about this 2-3 weeks ago, or 2-3 board members or board meetings ago. He talked about we replaced 50 boards in that floor. And on the left-hand side, you can see the contractor in there. He's taking out all the broken boards and replacing them. In the middle one, he's sanding the entire floor down and starting to mask it to paint the lines. And then the final product after he did the floor finish on the right-hand side. And it came out really nice in there. It really looks good. Okay, here, and then if everybody knows about the swamp coolers up on the gym, it got really hot in there. Basically, both of them went down. The one on the far side, there's actually 2 up there. You can't see the other unit. That unit, the media was breaking down. And so the water was just kind of dumping to the bottom, not really going through any filters. Those have been ordered and will be in here within the next week. But the unit's still running. But the one that you see here where the crane is lifting a motor up in there. So that motor's about 350 pounds. And the crane's lifting that motor up there for the contractor so they can get it in. And that swamp cooler is working 100% right now. So the feedback that I've been getting from the site is they're really comfortable in there now. So that's a good thing. Ione Junior High, we redid the roof on that gym because we had a lot of leaks last winter. And so the front side of the gym shows composition tile going up. The back side is also composition tile, but then there's a roof where it's like a rubber membrane up there that was resealed. So, and that part's over the locker rooms. The developer at Ione Elementary was working on the road, And he's got the road, all the gravel's in, everything's compacted, and we finally got the asphalt done the week before school. And that picture on the right is showing the bus leaving the school site now and heading into the new development, which has really relieved a lot of traffic there at Ione Elementary. It's flowing a lot better now. Okay, we'll get into some odds and ends now. So these were projects that were on our list. One of them was the kilns for the ceramic room at Argonaut High School. We had an electrician come in and wire the 2 power boxes there, the shut-off boxes in. We moved one kiln in and wired it in. The other kiln's actually in the other ag shop right now, and we're gonna get in the process of moving it over and having both kilns over there. Independence Room 4. This room, if you see on the left slide there, is it was more or less offices in there, and we needed more classroom space. So what we did is we went in and we tore down the wall that was in the middle, and then the bathroom, they needed a changing table in there, but the existing bathroom was too small. So we actually moved that wall out about 1.5 feet, and behind that door, you can't see it in the photo in the middle, but behind that door is a changing table now. And then while we were in the process of doing that, if you see the left photo, you notice the 2 offices had different color carpet. We went ahead and replaced all the carpet in there. So, brand new classroom, Independence Room 4. Ione Junior High, we painted the whole interior. You can see on the left that the walls were getting pretty torn up and needed some work. And there we are in the process of painting it on the right-hand side. Ione Elementary put a request in. They wanted the shed turned around because they wanted that little play yard that's in the fenced-in area to have the students have more room to run around in. And you can see how it's taken up room. So we went to move it and the floor was rotted out. So we actually lifted the shed up. We replaced a new floor in there, dropped the shed back down, and then turned it around. And the site custodian actually went out there and painted the trim and all that. And if you look at the play yard now, you can see they got a nice yard with no interference in there. Plymouth Elementary. It had plywood underneath there. This is the breezeway that goes from the multi-purpose room to the restrooms. And the flashing up on the roof was failing. It was all rusted out. And so you can see all the dry rot in the left and middle picture. And so the guys went in and they changed all that lumber to new and then put new plywood on the bottom, put new flashing up on the roof, and then repainted everything. So that thing used to drip water on everybody as they walked in between the corridor there. So that's all taken care of now. Plymouth Elementary, there's the custodians doing the multi-purpose room, waxing the floor on the left. And then the custodian asked me, there was nothing but dry weeds in that coned off area right there because there was no irrigation in there. And he said, hey, I really have enough time. If you'll let me, I'll run irrigation in there. Because there was a water line by that tree, and then we can get some grass growing in there. And he took that project on himself and did that and got the grass growing. There's actually green grass out there now. Stony Creek, if you remember winter break, we had a problem with that line, and we replaced that line, and we continued to have problems with that line. And it kept backing up, and we realized that if you look on the right-hand photo, you can see Stony Creek building way up at the top. So the line from there to our new lift station we put in had no problems. It would flow fine down to that point. But once you got from that point to the end of the parking lot, there wasn't enough drop, and so the solids kept building up in there. So we put a lift station in. We pump it down to the far end where it goes into the main sewer line and has enough fall, and we've had no problems with it this year. So. What'd I do? Turn it off? Okay. And then we had 3 playgrounds, Jackson Elementary School, Ione Elementary School, and Plymouth Elementary School that needed new bark in the playground. So the left photo just shows a picture of bark being delivered. And then the right photo is, of course, it all being spread out. Jackson Elementary, that field on the right-hand side, this is the lower field that the students play on. It was drying up, and it was drying up because the line was broken. And the line actually goes underneath the portable where they set it there, so we couldn't get in to repair that line. So what the guys did is we dug around that portable and came in to where you can see the main line there. And we were able to tie back into it, and there's the field green back up again because we're putting water on it. And in Ione Elementary, same thing. We had several irrigation problems. When they put the road in out there, they removed 2 stations because 2 of the stations were in the road. So they removed it and capped off those 2 stations. And when we started getting in there and working on it, we couldn't get the pressure enough to keep that field green. And so we did some exploring during the summer, and we realized, well, we had a broken pipe. So we repaired the broken pipe, and then we had actually a bunch of leaking valves, and we rebuilt the valves and repaired them. And you can see the photo on the right. The system has full pressure, and it's working now. And then there's the field after about a week of putting water on it, already starting to green up. So we're restoring that field. Pine Grove Elementary, this is a changing table room. This is a new special ed program that came into room 6 up there, 6 I believe. And the little toilet on the left, they needed a little toilet. That toilet actually sits about 10 inches off the ground, so it's for the little guys. And then there's us putting a wall because arts and crafts uses that room also. There's a sink in there that they clean up their artwork with. And so we had to separate. We can't be changing a student in there with people coming in and out to clean art, obviously. So we put the wall up, and then on the right shows the wall finished with a changing table in there. And then foster care wanted to put a new shed up this summer, and they put in a request that we tear down the old one. The old plastic one was cracked and leaking, and the floor was all rotted out. So we went ahead and tore all that down. We brought gravel in and leveled out a base for them. They're supposed to have the company they bought the shed come in and install it themselves. So that should be coming in here pretty soon. And then our retaining wall at the district office, those blocks that you see there were actually donated from one of the prisons here in the state. And so if you know that hillside, you know that every winter it collapses and falls down into the driveway. So we're always out there scooping up dirt, getting it out of there. Here we had enough blocks that we could get a foundation going, and so we got 2.5 rows going. The plan is once the ground guys get caught up with the beginning of school and all that, we're actually going to come in and put some more layers on there, get that wall about 2.5 feet up, and should really retain that soil in there. So that was the district office project. And then I'll kind of summarize the presentation here. So on top of all those projects and all that work that we were doing, we also had an emergency water heater call. So one of the custodians called. It was actually at Sutter Creek Primary, and his water heater had gone out. Very difficult for him to clean during summer with no water heater, plus it was leaking all in his closet. So we had to stop what we were doing and get in and fix that. We moved the custodian. He's sharing a large metal container. That's a storage unit over at Independence, and we built a wall up in there to separate 2 areas for him. Of course, our typical HVAC repairs, if a custodian calls and says, hey, one of the rooms isn't working, we still have to go in and maintain them. So that's typical. And then on the painting projects, what I did is we have an in-house painter, Mitch, and I gave Mitch a list of things that needed to be done, and I asked him, could you ask the M1s, our daytime custodians, to give you a hand? Let's get as much painting as we can, because I really want to clean up the curb appearance of all our schools. And so at the end of summer, he came to me and he gave me this list of what they completed. And they completed 1,410 feet of fascia, 6,000 square feet of walls, 160 doors and door frames, 95 feet of handrails, thousands of feet of parking lot striping, mostly at Amador and Pine Grove, and 500 feet of curbs and 14 portable ramps. So, and he wanted me to give a shout out to the M1s. that work at Plymouth, Pine Grove, and at Jackson Junior High, because he said those guys really picked up the pace and got a lot of painting done. So, I'll take any questions and comments anybody has.
Great job.
Thank you, thank you.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
Yes, a lot of hard work. Couple questions. Would it be possible in a presentation like this to kind of have a budget number on what it was estimated the cost and what your final costs are? And then, I don't know if it's too much, maybe like what your schedule was, how many people you had to put on it. And it doesn't have to be extensive, but I thought it might help as far as we're figuring out where our numbers are going for costs. The other thing was also at the beginning of the school year, do you have a system in place where you check off every room is ready, every room's AC is in working condition, and we're good to go?
Usually we leave that up to the site custodians. So like I said, the work order system earlier, if they need to put a work order in if they're noticing a problem, so we can get in and get it fixed before school starts. That doesn't always happen, and sometimes things just go down the first day of school. So we have to deal with it immediately.
Sure.
Yeah.
And last question, it looks like you've done a lot of work, like putting in utilities. Do you do that in-house as far as doing the layout?
Yes, most of the time.
Okay, and then as far as like the as-built, do you have like a master as-built that you're tracking everything just so that when we get down the road, if something changes, we're not mining for pipes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do that, yeah.
Okay, all right.
What as-bills we have.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. That was a lot of hard work and appreciate it.
Thank you.
The volleyball team really appreciates the new floor and the new AC, so thank you.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
Okay, next up, we have our employee organizations. First up is ACTA and Ms. Jensen.
This is the biggest crowd I've been in front of. Thank you. Good evening, members of the school board, cabinet, my esteemed colleagues, and community members. We are facing an unprecedented insurance crisis. Nowhere else in the state of California are school employees having to choose between their families and their jobs to the degree that employees here in Amador County Unified School District are facing. I will be reading some responses to a survey sent to ACTA employees. Please don't hear the statements as redundant. Please hear each individual, because this affects people profoundly. We gave a survey, and these are some of the responses from the survey. I will simply be unable to survive. My insurance costs will go from roughly $500 a month to $2,600 and up to $2,900 a month in 2026. We will not be able to pay our mortgage or most of our bills. Staying at ACUSD would be impossible. This is beyond catastrophic for teachers. Another person said, I am worried about my friends and coworkers. I have already seen that our pay scale is not competitive enough to attract or keep new talent, and that was with our previous rates. It has raised our insurance over $1,400 a month. Our son has juvenile arthritis and is on a Humira shot once every 2 weeks that won't be covered under the new plan. I pay for my family's insurance through the district. The switch will affect my family greatly. We will go from paying $440 a month to $1,800 a month. I do have this numbers thing, so if it sounds like I say $1 million, I will fix that. This will, but it does feel like it, doesn't it? This will put a huge financial strain on us. I cry because this is so big. And I see the future. My husband is retired law enforcement, and unfortunately, health insurance is not an option from his income. Therefore, my employment provides insurance for my family. My daughter takes daily medication in order to be successful in school, but her medication requires months of initial appointments to even qualify for. She just started her first year in high school, and any disruption to her medication could be detrimental to her success. I have 12 years with the school district, which makes it very difficult to leave and start over with a new district, but not impossible to leave after this year. I am happy that I was finally given the option to opt out after years of being forced to have insurance I did not need. The district has made me feel like the villain for opting out because of the negative impacts it has on those who need the district-provided insurance. I understand that we are a composite insurance group and that there is no completely fair way to handle this, but whether it is perceived or factual, I feel that not receiving any cash in lieu is a decrease in my compensation. That said, my top priority overall is being able to opt out. I also want staff to stay in the district and feel that these high rates will negatively impact teacher retention. Our household stands to lose an astronomical amount of money per month in combined monthly wages due to the huge premium increase because me and my husband, who is also an ACUSD teacher, are forced to take the Platinum PPO plan. That plan is our only option based on our healthcare needs. It is the only plan that would allow us to keep our current medical providers who are in the county, in the valley, and at Stanford. The Gold PPO doesn't even cover our primary care physicians who are local Sutter Health doctors here in Amador County. What even is in network and the Gold PPO plan seems useless. So we will take a significant hit to our monthly net income because of this change. I would have pursued employment in a different district had I known we were going to take such a change. And I will look at jobs in other districts with better pay and benefits for 2026-27. Which makes me sad after more than 25 years here. But this is the feels, it's real. But this is unsustainable for us financially, especially when there are districts offering more pay and better benefit packages. I am a widow with 2 young children. If I insure my family through work, my take-home will drop by around 50% a month come January, since I only bring home $3,960 per month. Whoever you are, I'm with you. I can't provide for my family without help as it is. I am not willing to make my situation better by taking from my coworkers that need their in lieu money, just as much as I need the money I bring home. It would break my heart, but I won't be returning next year if I can't support my family. It's been my dream to raise my children in Amador and to be a teacher here, but my family comes first, and I will do what's best for them. The current offer still ensures that I essentially work more hours for free for the district, and they reap the benefits. I pay $467 a month for insurance that isn't even good. But hey, that's what I can afford for my family. With the new offer, just to have coverage in the area, in January, I pay $1,332, close to triple what I am paying now. I am a single person that has worked very hard to become a teacher, and now I have increased loads of student debt. Not only have we not gotten a raise that is reasonable, but now this benefit issue is determining whether or not I need to get a second job. There is no way that I can manage a classroom and the stress load of a school year while keeping a second job. I could go work at Panda Express and make more than I do now with benefits and only working one job. I can't look at you. I just have to stay on this. I'm sorry. But I know you hear me, and thank you so much. There are many other jobs out there. When are they going to start lifting teachers up instead of taking away from the teachers and staff who hold the schools and education system together? We are the ones that dig through the trenches for our students and for our school communities. While this is only my second year with the district, I have been very happy working at Jackson Elementary, and I'm happy to have a shorter commute than my previous hour commute to my previous school. I took a pay cut to come here, but wanted to due to the area and smaller community. By the way, I could My daughter, who is in first grade, also has loved her teachers and has been making friends. I don't want to have to leave. We're happy in this district and community. However, my family is on my insurance plan. We are worried about how we're going to pay our bills and put food on the table for our 2 kids with this huge jump in insurance. Not to mention having to change our Sutter doctors and pediatrician. I have been really scared and stressed about what my family is going to do. These changes have me considering looking elsewhere for employment. I will probably have to leave next school year so I can contribute to my family. I will be bringing home nothing, and for a plan that my children lose their providers and aren't covered in an emergency. The school district must shift money in their budget to contribute more than an additional $100,000. We currently opt out, so this will result in less take-home pay for my family this year. This will affect our ability to meet our financial obligations. I will be forced to take the lowest plan and make my wife and daughter sign up for Covered California. I have already looked at available jobs nearby because of how much this will impact my finances. I take the cash in lieu. My husband lost his job last November and is still unemployed. I am now the only wage earner in our family. The cash in lieu has made our situation livable. Part of his severance was health insurance for 18 months. So between that and the cash in lieu, I've been able to make ends meet. Without it, I will have to make some hard decisions about my employment here at Amador. The CalPERS switch has a direct impact on my take-home pay, which of course makes it tougher to make ends meet. But beyond that, this change has created a clear change in school morale. Long-term teachers are considering moving to another district. The feeling on campus is one of distrust and disgust. We feel completely disregarded and abandoned. This negative vibe is the saddest result of all. Again, like I said, it's the feels, it's real. I love my job and don't want to leave ACUSD, but I have to seriously consider a new district next year. I cannot afford to take such a huge pay cut. I have to now make $1,500 less a month to provide for my family's health. There is no way I can cut that amount from an already small budget. Pay teachers a living wage or provide a quality retirement package. Right? Yeah. I opt out of insurance as an employee because it is not affordable to use the district's insurance proposal financially. I have a better plan offered through my husband's job, but use the cash in lieu payment to put towards that insurance plan as we pay extra for it because it is a family plan. I already pay more for his insurance than I get for cash in lieu, so it would impact me greatly financially to not have benefits, cash in lieu, offered to me whether I opt out or not. I do not believe employees' paychecks should be reduced so greatly due to insurance benefits as we already struggle to live, make ends meet financially in the current world situation, and it would be near impossible with the proposed plan. I will simply get the lowest insurance and pray. How many of you are praying? Pray that I do not need it. In essence, I will pay to have nothing because I won't be able to afford to go to the doctor or have any major medical needs. Not a good plan for anyone, let alone someone. This is not my writing, by the way. Somebody else wrote this. I'm not reading my own. But it kind of, you can tell. I feel it. Whew. Not a good plan for anyone, let alone someone reaching retirement age. In the last 2 nights, I have found 2 very appealing jobs. No, I'm not leaving. But opened on 8/18 with better salaries and insurance. I'm not ready to pull the trigger, but may for the coming year if we are unable to change this insurance problem. If the district does not show teachers that their teachers are a priority to them, I will likely leave the district for the remainder of my teaching career. I believe, well, one more, and then I will close. I cover my family with my insurance. My husband is self-employed, so the district coverage is our only option. We have to go on the Platinum plan, which currently costs about double what I pay for the wellness plan for the New Front and is more than 2 times my mortgage and will increase in the new year. We all need raises, that much is clear, and those of us who have to accept this incredibly expensive insurance need some help paying for it. In closing, you are faced with what may be considered to be an unsurmountable task. But the effect of the decisions made affect every employee. There is no cookie cutter solution. There is no box, inside or outside. The solution has to be expansive, has to consider the effect on each individual, and has to save our jobs. Also, we won't be pitted against each other. We are up against a crevasse. The choice is either push or build a bridge. It may seem that one cannot survive the drastic choice that must be made right now to ensure Amador County school employees, but one cannot survive not making the bold choice.
Okay, thank you, Jeannie. Next, we have CSEA 239, Mr. Baird.
We promise the two of us combined will not take as long as Jeannie. Go for it, you go first.
I'm going to keep it kind of brief. I mean, I think you guys have heard. You know. We got transportation. We got food service. We got administrative assistants. Maintenance workers. Aides. All these people are critical to every day. Critical. So I just have a question. Can you look parents in the face after all these people have to quit because they can't afford to work and live here and tell them you're doing the best for their kids? Right? That's the question you have to ask yourself. You have to say, are we doing everything we can for these kids? And if half of the food workers have to leave, or aides can't continue because they don't make enough because they're not full time, or mechanics that can make double what they make anywhere else. There's people all over this district that could go find better jobs, but they're hanging in there because they trust that you guys are going to take care of them when it counts. And this is it right here. I mean, this is an unprecedented event in our school, in our district's history. I mean, we're gonna either lose like a quarter to a third of the workforce, and then what? How are we gonna clean these classrooms? I mean, we're gonna have kids, right? I mean, we're gonna have kids sitting on dirty chairs and dirty tables and eating food that just gets thrown out. Like, we can't. Yeah, how about the buses? We already can't afford bus drivers, and we want all the wheels to stay on. We got to have mechanics and drivers. There's so much, and all these people are affected immensely by this insurance choice. So I just ask, think about the kids and what it means to keep all these people here working, full staff. I mean, we're already short-staffed. Like Jeannie said, we're already underpaid. We need help. And you guys are the ones that we voted into this position to take care of us. Right? So we just ask that you guys do everything you can. We know that you didn't put us in this situation. Cabinet, this was before you guys, but you guys are responsible. I mean, some of you guys were here, some aren't even here, but it's our responsibility now, all of us in this room, to get us out of the mess. Yes. That's what's important.
Thank you, Eric. As most of you know, I'm Deanna Bell, the Vice President of CSEA 239. This is my 23rd year working for the school district. I began as a 1.5-hour-a-day instructional aide at Ione Elementary 23 years ago. I've worked for 5 superintendents, 7 principals, and countless board members during that time. I have lived through economic downturns, once going 7 consecutive years without a raise, mass layoffs, poor decision-making by our district leaders, you name it, during my time with this district. Nothing compares to the current situation with our medical benefits. The district has an obligation to provide affordable health care for employees. There is nothing affordable about what we are facing. I bring home a little over $3,000 a month after taxes. 2/3 of that goes straight to my mortgage, leaving me roughly $1,000 a month for utilities, food, transportation, etc. If I take the gold plan, I will see roughly $200 less a month in my pocket. And let me clarify, I'm one of the lucky classified staff. I am single, my children are grown, and I work 8 hours a day. Most of my colleagues cannot say that. How do you expect your employees to make ends meet? Are you prepared for the mass exodus of staff when we can no longer afford to work here? We have known for months that the move to CalPERS was likely, yet not once have you, board members, directed the superintendent to look for areas to cut to try to recover some funds to go towards employees' healthcare caps. You, as a board, were elected to make sure the district makes the right financial decisions. Going back to the time that Tori was superintendent, we have added countless jobs at the district office. Prior to Tori, we had 2 people working under the assistant superintendent in charge of HR. Now we have 4. We had 1 fiscal analyst, and now we have 3. We have not had an increase in enrollment to justify this. In fact, the addition of the ESCAPE program has streamlined the job duties associated with these positions. Cabinet's pay was increased to compensate for the astronomical pay given to the then consolidated high school principal, who is no longer with us. Even in the business office's 23-24 audit report presented to the board on June 11th, 2025, it was noted that we had an increase to expenditures due to positional increases. Certificated and classified staff did not receive a raise in pay in the 24-25 school year and have been told, due to a qualified budget, most likely we will not see one this year or next year, yet our CBO was just given a raise. This is after his department made a mistake in attendance reporting, costing the district $637,248 and change. While I often hear board members ask the right questions, I rarely see you follow through with a no vote. Just because the superintendent or another cabinet member stands before you and makes a recommendation does not mean you have to approve it. During hard economic times, it is your job to direct the superintendent to look for areas to make cuts. I urge you to make good, financially sound decisions. Please take care of the district staff so that we may continue to work here and support our students. I love my job and my students and do not want to be forced to look for a new job, nor do I want to see other staff members be forced to leave.
Okay, we're going to move on to public comments on non-agenda items. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. We have quite a few speaker cards here. We are going to hear all of the speaker cards, but we will be firm on the 3 minutes, so please keep your presentation to the 3 minutes. Okay, we also had a little one that wanted to speak, so we're gonna give a couple people a chance to go, and then we'll let him, we let him cut in line. Okay, so number 1, our first speaker will be Conjetta Davey, and then the one after is gonna be Jennifer Anacito.
Good evening, Cabinet. Good evening, Board. James, thank you so much. I appreciate you responding to my email. I know you received a lot of them. My name is Conjetta Davy. I'm a parent, and I'm also a tiny human tamer of 27 kindergartners at Ione Elementary. I'm one of just many that are concerned about the recent insurance hikes and how they impact not just teachers, but our whole community. When teachers are forced to take home less pay, many will no longer be able to live in the community they love. For many, it's the place they grew up in. That's not just a personal hardship, it's a loss for our children. Students benefit most when they are taught by people they know, whom they share values, and who are committed long-term to this district. If teachers are priced out, our students lose stability, mentorship, and the deep connections that make education in Amador County meaningful. As you know, our county is uniquely wonderful. My students and families don't just share my classroom, but we connect on sports fields, church pews, 4-H clubs. In this community, we rally behind and support our colleagues and families when they face serious, life-threatening medical issues. But in this conversation, they're excess claims. We already face a shortage of qualified teachers. Low pay compared to neighboring districts, increased workloads, extreme behaviors, and lack of support make this profession hard to stay in. Rising insurance costs only widen that gap. When classrooms are staffed with substitutes, or when turnover becomes constant, it is students who pay the highest price. Their education, their growth, and their future opportunities suffer. This district is supposed to be the steward of our community's resources, yet mismanaged funds have created a situation where the financial burden is falling on teachers. In addition to other mismanagement, the district chose to spend millions of dollars on a cart before the horse consolidation plan. It is beyond maddening that the people that pushed many of these irresponsible expenditures have left, but their mess stays here with our teachers, our students, and our community left to clean it up. I urge you to consider not only the financial bottom line, but the human one. If we want strong schools, thriving students, and a future where our children are prepared to succeed, then we must keep teachers here in our classrooms and in our community. That means finding solutions that do not ask educators to sacrifice in order to serve. My colleagues and I realize the district can't magically make money appear, but I believe some difficult decisions could be made to support our teachers. Our students deserve consistency. They deserve excellent teachers who can afford to stay. And our community deserves a school district that puts its people and its children first. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Jennifer Aniceto.
Good evening, members of the Cabinet and Board. My name is Jennifer Aniceto, and I have been proud to serve this district for 12 years as an office clerk at Jackson Junior High. I love my job and I care deeply about the students and families we serve, but I'm here tonight because I want you to truly understand what many of us classified employees are going through. After 12 years of service, I've only just started making over $20 an hour. To put that into perspective, my 18-year-old nephew made more than that working at McDonald's. My husband also works for the district as a bus driver. He is required to go through countless hours of training, maintain certifications with the DMV and CHP, and carry a serious responsibility for the safety of students every single day. And yet, he barely makes more than I do. We are not asking for luxury. We are asking for fairness and dignity in the work we do. The rising costs of food, gas, housing, and everyday necessities are already stretching families like mine to the limit. Every dollar matters. When the district asks us to pay even more for medical coverage, it is not just another deduction on paper. It is groceries we have to put back, bills we struggle to cover, and choices we are forced to make between our health and our household needs. For families like mine, where both adults work for the district, those changes are not minor, they're devastating. Classified employees are the backbone of the schools. We are the ones who open the buildings transport the students, prepare the meals, keep the campuses safe and clean, and provide the support that allows classrooms to function. We are loyal. We show up every day. We do this work because we believe in serving students. But the truth is, our dedication alone cannot pay the bills. Classified employees cannot continue to absorb wages that fall behind the rising costs of living, especially while being asked to shoulder higher costs for something as basic and essential as health care. When you invest in classified employees, you're not just supporting staff, you are directly investing in the students and families we serve. If we cannot afford to stay in these positions, the district will lose experienced, dedicated workers who know these schools, these students, and this community. And when that happens, it is the students who will suffer. Thank you for listening, and I hope you stand with us in valuing the people who keep this district running.
Okay, next up we have Jack Cowgill. Jack Cowgill. After that, we have Michael Garcia.
My name is Jack, and I'm in 4th grade. I'm here today because I want to talk about something really important to me. My mom's job and her health insurance. If the cost of health insurance goes up, my mom might have to find a new job. That could mean a lot of big, scary changes for my family. We might have to move schools. I love my school and my friends. I don't want to lose them. That scares me. My mom works really hard helping kids as a school counselor. Families shouldn't have to worry about changing jobs and schools because insurance costs too much. I hope you can help make sure my mom and other parents don't have to make that choice. Thank you for listening to me.
Ms. Parker, before you start, is this on my first one or my second one so I know which speech I need to read?
So you have 2 cards, so
Correct.
you'll do whichever one you want to do first, and then after everyone's spoken, you can come back to your second card.
I'll do the First Amendment one first.
Okay. All right.
And then while I start that, I have a letter that I'm not going to have time to read that was given to me by a student.
Sure.
that I think you guys
Thank you.
should read. So as you guys know, I'm Mr. Garcia. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'd like to take a moment to remind the board and the cabinet of the legal definition of retaliation, particularly as it pertains to teachers speaking during board meetings. As it appears at times, this definition may be overlooked and misunderstood. Retaliation is defined as an adverse action taken by an employer against an employee in response to the employee engaging in legally protected activities such as reporting discrimination, participating in an investigation, or asserting their rights under employment law. One such protected activity is speaking out on matters of public concern. When a public school teacher speaks as a private citizen at a board meeting, this falls under First Amendment protection. This right is well established in case law, including U.S. Supreme Court decision Pickering versus School or Board of Education, which affirmed public employees do not forfeit their constitutional rights simply by virtue of their employment. The critical distinction is this: a teacher speaking as a private citizen on an issue of community interest is engaging in protected speech. This differs from addressing internal workplace matters as an employee. With that in mind, I feel personally that it's necessary to remind the board and the cabinet that criticism of district decisions, when expressed lawfully and appropriately, does not justify creating additional burdens and barriers for those who speak up Upholding the principles of transparency and accountability should not come at the cost of individual rights. And I shouldn't have a study hall.
Dylan Jarman. And next up after Dylan is Sheila Poor.
Good evening, board. There's a lot of attention on the financial impact for families of this healthcare issue, this healthcare crisis. And that's really important. I don't want to take away from that. But I'd like to tell a story if I can. When I was going to college, I worked at a Best Buy in the warehouse. I think most people here can agree that was probably for the best because I'm not much for customer service. We became really close, the warehouse crew. We were all part-time employees, but we had a manager who was a full-time employee. And you know the way corporations do it, they have everybody be part-time so they don't qualify for health benefits, and then the manager was full-time. And the healthcare benefits were just terrible. And so Jessica Golding, our manager, took the bare bones insurance that she could, and it was still too expensive. I mean, they knew how much she was paid. And so she never really got to go to the doctor for preventative care. And while I was working there, she died at age 31 from something totally preventable that could have been caught if she could have afforded to visit the doctor. There are employees in this district who will not get the blood work.
Look at my teeth.
There are, don't look too close. There are employees in this district who will not get that mole looked at. There are employees in this district who have suicidal ideation.
Amen, brother.
Who will not go in for help, will just shrug it off because they can't afford it until it's too late. Healthcare, or rather the lack thereof, kills people. I spoke at Jessica's funeral, and I blamed Best Buy for her death. If we start dying, who are we going to blame? Also, on a side note, concerning the approval of board policy, I would just like to ask to please leave trans kids alone and just treat them like... Just leave them alone. Are you going to examine them? Just leave them alone. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sheila Poor.
Hello, my name is Shalia Poor. I was born here, right where we're standing at the old hospital. I am a fifth-generation Amador County citizen. You have me. I love it here. My family is here, up to my great-grandfather, who is less than a mile away. I want to be here. I want to raise up the students that were me, not that long ago. I want to support my peers, mentors, and some of the teachers that taught me standing behind me. I want to give you the next 25 years of my teaching career. But with upcoming issues of our medical crisis, I have to consider things. I have to consider that if we put a Band-Aid on this issue, instead of planning out 5 years of solutions, I will come to a conclusion that results in me leaving. Amador County values loyalty. I have been raised to be loyal, and I want to pay back this community every way I can. And I do it every day by being a teacher at a junior high. I love it here. I love these schools. I love and I trust this district. But I fear in the very near future, I will have to choose between working at the school and being able to afford to bring in a sixth generation of my family here. Please find a solution that lasts for years, not just this year. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sarah Borba, and after that, we have Todd Sweet. Sarah Borba, and then Todd Sweet.
Good evening, board and cabinet. I'm Sarah Borba. I've been teaching for 37 years. So, one of those teachers that's still stuck on your 25-year pay scale. And I'd like to also welcome to my community. Today's a crucial time for our district. To make decisions that will maintain the integrity of our schools. We are here tonight because our staff cannot afford to work here. I am speaking to you to advocate for a response to this insurance crisis created by the district that supports all staff at all stages of their careers. Recently, the district presented its proposal to taking away part of the total compensation of some employees, their cash in lieu, as a way to fix the problem they created. It is unethical to pit one group of employees against another, and even more so to take from one group to benefit another. This unfair solution has been proposed by the district because they claim not to have the funds to increase the benefit contribution to employees who need the insurance. We would like to point out the following. Cost of living increases given by the state are not passed down to the employees for whom they are meant. If they are passed down, it is a fraction of what was funded by the state. The money given to adopt curriculum has not been used to purchase said materials in social studies and science for kindergarten through 5th grade for at least 2 cycles, which is 14 years. Numerous vacant positions were budgeted for but never filled, including classified and certificated. The district created and funded 2 unjustified administrative positions for the consolidated high school. Just 2 years ago, this board voted to give this cabinet an additional 10% raise on top of the raise they received because of the Me Too clause they have with teachers. ACUSD paid a $25,000 fine last year and a $91,000 fine this year for the ratio of administrators being greater than it should be in comparison to the number of certificated teachers. Telling us there is not enough money when you have managed our money, this community's money, irresponsibly, asking for raises for yourselves on top of what you have already received, neglecting to purchase curriculum for our students with money that has been dedicated to it, and now being made to pay fines to the state.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your 3 minutes are up. With as many speakers.
Excuse me, with as many comment cards as we have, we want everybody to be able to have a chance. We've
I have
got
like
40
15
comments.
seconds. Can I finish after 37?
I would have to
years
do
of
that for everybody, ma'am. I'm very sorry. We must stick to it. I apologize.
Okay. Oh, they're giving up their time for me so I can finish. 15 seconds each. The short-sighted and ill-planned nature of this solution will do nothing to retain quality teachers or attract new teachers when veterans retire. And And to pay fines to the state because your ratio of administrators to teachers is too high is insulting. The heart of a community is its school, and what makes the heartbeat is the teachers. The number one indicator of student success is the quality of their teachers. How do you expect to retain and attract those quality teachers for our community?
Thank you.
for my-
Mr. Sweet, you're next.
How's it going? My name is Todd Sweets. I'm a second-year teacher at Amador High School. A little bit about me. I went to Sutter Creek Primary School, Sutter Creek Elementary, Ione Junior High, and then Amador High School myself. So this place has a huge effect on me, and I apologize if I get emotional. It was always a goal of mine to come back and teach at Amador. When I heard this consolidation was happening, I ran back home. I wanted to teach at Amador before it was something else. I was so excited to come back home. However, my introductory process into this district was like I've never heard of before. There was no, what's it called? Onboarding at all for me. When I sat down with the person to do this whole benefit thing, they actually said, "Oh, you have benefits already? Or health insurance already? Awesome, just check this box. You can opt out. We'll give you $800 every single month." I had Cover California. Apparently that wasn't even allowed. They didn't do their due diligence. I actually was enjoying my paycheck every single month. I was getting a handsome paycheck that I felt was nice for a first-year teacher. It made me okay. Definitely not as much as I was making bartending out in Sacramento, only on weekends. But I was still really enjoying the work that I did for this school. I am what people around me say, a pillar of this community. Being a teacher and being someone who's been in all of these kids' shoes, been in those seats that I was in. I give back to this community. I announce for the football team. I show up for these kids at all their games. I come to their drama festivals. I do everything for these kids. I love this community, okay? But from year one teacher to year two teacher with this new plan, even taking the gold plan, I'm taking over $1,200 cut to my paycheck, and that's definitely not the location you want to be going on. The pay scale is down. I am seriously contemplating leaving to go to Elk Grove, Sacramento, out to wherever it might be, but I don't want to. I really, really want you guys to find a solution that can keep me here and keep this area attractive to new teachers. You guys are gonna make a sad, sad mistake if you continue on this path. It breaks my heart knowing that more people won't want to come to this county, and you're just gonna have classrooms filled with long-term subs. And once again, what she just reiterated, the number one thing that these kids need is a quality teacher to improve their education. I'm just kind of in shock that I'm year one to year two, where I'm supposed to be excelling my career. I taught a lesson on compound interest today. If you take away my money, there's no way I can retire as well. So that's a huge, huge part for these people here. And I'm at 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
You actually had more time.
Megan George, and after that we have Kurt Muchow. I hope that's right.
Hello, my name is Megan George, and I am a teacher at Jackson Elementary. I have been working for Amador County Unified for 4 years. I have been teaching for 12. When I started at Jackson Elementary, I immediately felt welcomed and very soon developed a strong connection to the staff and families. I am not from Amador County. I was not born and raised here, nor have I ever lived here. However, I choose to commute daily solely because of my connection and commitment to this community. Due to the changes in insurance and not feeling valued as a teacher, I have strongly been considering moving to a number of different districts in my area. These options require the same or even shorter commutes and better pay. I do not have to do that. I do not want to do this. I want to continue with my support and dedication to the Amador County community. Please think about the significant loss of teachers and staff that might come from these decisions. Thank you.
Before I start, I just got to tell you, I wear a different shirt every day. They have seen it, but I wore this shirt just for you. Good evening, board and council members. My name is Kurt Moko, and I feel like you've brought us together like none of us could. This is my 5th year teaching at Jackson Junior, and I adore my peers. I love teaching U.S. history, beginning business, ASB, and AVID. My son attends Sutter Creek Primary, and we are so grateful to Miss Peters and their wonderful teachers. Thank you, Sutter Creek. Additionally, this is my wife's 1st year teaching special ed at Amador. Thank you to Amador for making her feel welcome. I feel just like everyone who's here, we are truly an ACUSD family, inside and out. I rise today to highlight a concerning issue affecting the unity of our district. On just the 2nd day of school, when every employee should be focused on students, the district office called an emergency bargaining meeting with ACTA. They proposed eliminating medical insurance opt-out benefits to fund a portion of increased CalPERS costs for singles and families. Let me be very clear. I fully support the district increasing benefits for employees with families who use CalPERS. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation 2023 Employer Health Benefits Survey, family premiums for employer-sponsored health insurance have risen by approximately 22% over the last 5 years. I'm sure all of you know that, but it's so important. Every percentage ekes away a little bit more of whatever else you think you can spend your money on. This deficit must be addressed now, and frankly, it can. I know it's hard, but you can do it. I have faith in you. But like 1/3 of my peers, I opt out. My wife and I served a combined 69 years in the Army and used other health coverage that's more applicable to our issues. Still, I have co-pays as well as dental and vision expenses. Our opt-out benefit helps to cover those expenses. Under the district's proposal, my benefit would be eliminated to fund what the district should be doing itself, subsidize families, making healthcare more affordable. This proposal makes me feel that 1/3 of our district who currently opt out are worth less than others, hence expendable. This proposal risks pushing out good people. I do not want to lose any single family or opt-out employees. You cannot pit me against another employee. We're united. This proposal aims to pit us against each other. Well, I believe we are now more united than ever. I am asking the board and district to rethink the value of the people that perform the daily business of Amador education. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we have Alessandra Golden, and after that, we have Matt Goff.
Good evening. My name is Alessandra Golden, and I have been employed with Amador County Unified as a teacher at Jackson Elementary since 2022, after my husband and I relocated here from Sacramento. I have carried the benefits for our family since I began my employment here, and in March of this year, our family size grew by 1 when we welcomed our first baby. My husband and I have always felt that the benefits offered by the district were on the expensive side, but we felt the premium amount was worth it due to the composite coverage the district provided. However, with the proposed changes to the healthcare plans, the composite option is going away. I'm currently having $1,502.36 deducted each pay period for health insurance under the Anthem Blue Cross PPO Wellness Plan. Under the less expensive of the proposed CalPERS plan, PERS Gold, the cost for my family by August of 2026 will be $2,264.74 each pay period. This increase of $762.38 represents a 50.7% increase in the deduction each pay period for less desirable coverage than what I currently have with Anthem Blue Cross. Under the more expensive of the proposed CalPERS plans, PERS Platinum, the cost for my family by August 2026 will be $3,823.48 each pay period. This increase of $2,321.12 represents a 154.5% increase in the deduction each pay period for once again less desirable coverage than what I currently have for my family. This startling increase in our health insurance premiums has left my family at a crossroads. Pay the exorbitantly high premiums for my whole family, or only carry myself and my daughter under the PERS Gold plan. Of course, by taking this route, my husband will need to go and find health insurance on his own in order to minimize the financial burden on our home. The idea that we as teachers are supposed to just absorb these exorbitant health insurance premium increases is unfathomable. From last school year to this new school year, I received a pay increase of 3%. How am I supposed to weather a 50% increase in insurance premiums when my annual pay only increased 3%? I urge the board to come out with a resolution to this issue that is both fair and affordable. I will conclude with this. I absolutely love my school and I love this community. At one point, I saw myself retiring with this district. However, if something is not done to ease the financial strain of these health insurance costs, I may be forced to make a tough decision at the end of this school year. This is simply not sustainable in the long run. I appreciate the time and thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion as both an educator and a new parent.
Matt Goff is next. Okay, that's fine.
Hi, I'm Melissa Noble. Matt Goff has graciously offered to switch with me. I have heard his spiel and he does a wonderful job, much better than my speech to you will be. I have 2 kids and I have a third on the way. I have heard the numbers, you've heard the numbers. I want to speak to the accessibility. We have our pediatricians here at Sutter Amador. I deliver here at Sutter Amador. My situation is unique. My children come very fast. I don't have time to drive to Folsom to deliver this child. It's, for me, a safety issue. And it is for more than just me in labor. It is for everyone who has to travel and find new doctors, children who have special needs and now they need to get new pediatricians. Like this is a safety issue. It's not okay. And so my speech is not fancy and it's not written out because frankly I don't have the time, but it comes from the heart. It is a serious issue affecting all ages of our staff, teachers, certificated, classified, all of us. And it's not just the cost, it's the accessibility. We want to stay here. I was born and raised here. My dream job is to be a teacher here. I don't want to have to be forced to move. None of us do. But if we can't keep our families safe and fed and healthy, we're gonna be forced to leave, and it's not okay for the students that will still be in our classrooms. So I just urge you to think more than just the numbers. Think about the accessibility to healthcare also. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Roxanne Fawcett. I think that's how you say it. Apologize for the names.
My name is Roxanne Fawcett, and I work in the business office at the district office. I'm a classified employee. I'm not a teacher. I know your job is hard. Since this firestorm started, I want to give a shout out to 2 people in my office who handle all the calls that have been coming in, Daisy Soto and Rachel Miller in payroll. Their phone has been ringing off the hook, and they are 2 people doing the job of probably 5 people right now. So I just want them to know how much I appreciate what they're doing. I do want to say thank you to the board for what you are paying in benefits. It is something, and that can't go unlooked and overlooked. So thank you for that. But when you're paying the same amount for one single person as you are for a +1 or a family, those families get screwed. And that's where the biggest problem is. It's not the single person, it's the families that get affected by this the most. I personally am not affected by the family option, but I know that all of these people in this room are, or else they wouldn't be here. So I know your job has been really hard, and I know that this is not an easy decision that you came to. You didn't just pick it out of the air. I know that you guys thought about it really hard, and I know that you gave it time and consideration. But obviously, it's affected so many people, and all of us just want you to realize that you're affecting everybody here, not just a few. I know that there's some people in this room that probably make six figures, but most of the people in this room make less than half of that. And all of us are affected by that. So again, I know you can't change what you've already decided, but hopefully going forward, you can give some consideration to the rest of us who maybe are really impacted by this. Maybe you guys weren't impacted by this so much, but there's a whole room full of people here that are impacted by this a lot. So my thought really is that the cost of living in this county or anywhere right now, especially since COVID, the cost of living has gone up so high, and we never get a cost of living increase to match, to be able to afford to stay where the cost of living has come. So at a minimum, that would be really helpful so that we could stay on top of, but we keep falling behind because we're not even getting the cost of living increases that we all deserve to be able to afford to live. I know there's been a lot of information that you guys have had to filter through, and what I would ask is that perhaps you could give us a layman's term description of why we're in the position we're in right now. That would be really helpful.
Thank you. Next up, we have Eric Lucas, and after him is going to be David Camden.
All right. Let's see. Hello, my name's Eric Lucas. I'm a chemistry and environmental science teacher at Argonaut. I've worked there for 7 years. It's an amazing job. I grew up here in Amador County. I live in Jackson. I went to Pioneer Elementary School, Jackson Junior High, and Amador High. I love my job, I love my students, and I plan on retiring here, or I did. I'm gonna be financially transparent. Currently, I pay roughly $500 per month to insure my family under the lowest tier insurance available to me. Under the new plan, the lowest family insurance will cost me $1,836 a month until January. Then it increases to $2,113 monthly. After my current deductions for retirement, taxes, and otherwise, my take-home monthly pay will be $1,793. We would also lose all of our healthcare providers, as Sutter Health is not a network. The only service offered in Amador County is MACT. If we want to keep some of our local doctors, our only option is the Platinum Plan, which for my family will be $3,542 per month come January. My take-home pay will then be $235 a month. This does not work financially for our family. We need other options. Thank you.
My name is David Camden. I'm a lowly mechanic. I work on the school buses. I come from the private sector, and this is my first job I've had in 35 years where I didn't own the company or run somebody else's shop. And when we, in the private industry, see a problem, we have to react quickly and fix it. Otherwise, we don't get to feed our families. And this place squanders money on silly stuff like no tomorrow. I know I'm probably out of my lane here, but for example, in transportation, we have no problem spending $100 an hour to have a substitute company come and drive buses, but we can't pay drivers and mechanics a fair wage. I went to training, and at the dinner, we were talking to other mechanics. There are no mechanics that make as little as we do in any school district. It's public information. You look online, we are the lowest paid. I love the challenge. I take pride in my work. I do quality work. I show up on time. I'm honest, and I don't think anybody values that. My wages don't reflect it. There's more than just wages. I like my coworkers. I like trying to fix, the place has been run down for decades. And I'm busting my butt trying to bring some of what I have in my experience, which you guys aren't compensating me for. You get a lot more than, you're paying a mechanic and you're getting somebody with many, many decades of experience on how to run a shop. But I think that no one knows or cares. And so I'm to the point now with this insurance, I can't feed my family, I can't care for my family, and it's not responsible for me to stay here. So, and I feel for these people. We live on a budget, and we have so much money for food, for everything, right? My budget doesn't change. When I started, I was able to make ends meet, and now I can't anymore. So it's like, well, I guess what do we got to do? Eat more rice or beans, whatever. But I should be at the top of my game with all my years of experience. So I'm doing the wrong thing for my family by staying here. I want to help and I want to fix the situation. I want to complete what I've started. I know I don't have a lot of education like most people here. I don't have the degrees for the good position, but my experience is of value in the private sector. So. I love the people here. And I know everybody says, I love the people, I love the place. I don't think that counts for much here, but I do. And I don't like to quit, but it's a business decision, you know? If you guys were in my shoes, what would you do? Move on down the road, right? You gotta take care of your family.
Okay, next we have Adam Camden. And then Adam Camden, and then after that we have Christy Melton.
Well, as you've all expected, that was my father up here talking in front of you guys. When he owned his own business in the private sector, I worked with him as just a guy who swept floors, helped him run the shop, do what I can. Coming into this district, I took a massive pay decrease to become a mechanic less than 2 years ago. And it's getting to a point where I can't, like my father, I can't afford to feed my family, can't afford to insure my family. Now, what really bothers me is there hasn't been any changes to that since before I started working here. I'm not the only one that's been having this issue. There are many other people in custodial and food service, obviously in teachers, right, that are having this problem. Now, I shook hands with a few of you up here, and it breaks my heart that you guys are making this decision to not pay these people, give them the health care that they deserve. That's just not right. And I didn't come up here with a planned speech or anything like that, so I'm going to be ending this here shortly, but I just want to say, treat the peons a little bit better, okay?
Christy Melton, and then Ronnie Gold is next.
Yeah, Christy!
Good evening. Thank you for listening. I am a fourth-year teacher. This is a second career. My salary is $60,393. I have 3 children. If I pay the family rates, this would leave me with a take-home pay of $501 a week, which translates to $13.48 an hour. So clearly I won't be doing that. I cannot. Hopefully, I will be looking into covered California options. I'm hearing rumors that those subsidies might be going away, but here's the deal. We've heard a lot about the low-paying teachers' salaries and all of that. but let me give you a little bit of math. Every employee by law is required to provide their employers with affordable insurance. There's a legal definition to the word affordable. Affordable means no more than 9.2% of your modified adjusted gross income for your household, okay? So I have a feeling when people hear us talk about our low salaries, it's like, of course we can't afford anything, right? However, I went on Culver, California, and I plugged in the numbers. The family rate that's currently being offered, I'm talking about the family rate after the district adds $300 to it. So the lowest one, with the money that they have added, you must make $142,000. If you make $142,000 and below, your children qualify for subsidies. Because when you get to $142,000, that is still unaffordable by law based on these rates. So, literally by law, this is not legal. We can go out and get subsidies, and the district is going to get fined for the people who do that. I think you get 30 freebies, and then after that, it's, I don't understand all the details, it's either $2,200 per person that does that. Another one says $3,700. So those of us with families will be going on the marketplace, and you'll be paying for us anyway, because you'll be getting fined, because we'll be out taking subsidies, because what we're being offered does not meet the legal standards of what an employer is required to offer their employees. That's it.
After Ronnie, it'll be Jacob Ravel.
Hello, my name is Ronnie Gold. It should be no surprise that I am here to speak about consolidation, because I do believe that took a large part in how we ended up in this situation. It's already been stated multiple times about Mr. Brewer being a principal of an invisible school, Mr. Hunkins, an athletic director of an invisible school. These salaries were all paid into what? The abyss. Back in 2023, when Tori Gibson was here, the district decided to switch to a self-insured model. I don't know what prompted this, but back when that happened, that's what happened. There was two nice ladies here. I believe the company was Allegiance. They came and Allegiance. They came and spoke at the last meeting to help the district with all of these insurance issues. So naturally, I followed them out the door to pick their brains. And one of the first things she said to me was, I do not know who told them to switch to this self-insured model, but I would have never suggested that. Tori saw the writing on the wall, and she wasn't going to get away with the consolidation after trying to bullet train it through, and after some pushback from the community, I knew she would try to find a way to force staff out to force consolidation. I've said this from the beginning. You guys are taking two high schools, basically presenting them as two failing businesses, and you're going to combine them. People are going to lose their jobs. I know it's been stated that the current consolidation plan would be a cost savings to our district because less facilities to maintain and because less staff that will be lost, not through layoffs and terminations, but they will be lost through attrition. Is this behind me the attrition? Staff seeing themselves out the door. Just because she who must not be named is gone, it does not mean that her effects are still being felt. With that being said, here we are again. A presentation about the new consolidation plan will happen in September, and you guys are going to vote on it in October. And that is even before the district receives the environmental report, which they won't even get until November. Don't you want to see what we spent thousands of dollars on that report before we take a vote for what that report even has to say in it, the sewer, the traffic, etc.? I feel like here we are again, bullet training another consolidation plan through while we're still feeling all the effects from the first ones. I urge you this time around, which I know not everyone was here, we have new members, but I urge you guys to direct the cabinet and the superintendent with a little more aggressiveness. Tori came in and she wrecked shop. In my opinion, she lit a match, threw it over her shoulder, yelled, "Hey Michelle, get in," drove off in her Tesla, and here we are, on fire. We are on fire. When it comes to all of this consolidation stuff, the most impactful statement that I have heard came from a student board representative member, Mr. Billingsley. He stated that even though his vote did not count, he spoke with his constituents at Argonaut High School, and it did not matter what he thought or felt. he would be voting no based upon what they said. Please, please, please reach out to your constituents of your communities and truly get a feel for how we feel for consolidation. Thank you.
Okay, Jacob Revel, and then Matt Goff.
Hi, I'm Jacob Ravel. I'm a student at Argonaut High School, and I'm the senior representative for the drama club. I'm here to talk about how the health insurance isn't just affecting teachers, the staff in general, but also the students. I was a very shy kid before high school. I didn't do much after school, but after going to high school and meeting these new clubs, I know, thank you. All right. These clubs that these teachers aren't getting paid for after school are what helped me be who I am. I'm standing up here because of that. And kids like me, who are very shy, need something like this to be functional members of society. And not even just shy kids, but also kids that need some kind of stability, such as a group or a team. They don't get this during school. They get it after school with these activities, such as D&D club, esports, football. These are after-school activities that you have to sign up for. Teachers aren't really getting paid for some of these. And without those kids aren't getting the stability that I mentioned before. And to bring it back onto the teachers, as an example, Mr. Geedy. He has to take several jobs to just get by. We have to potentially stop doing our rehearsals after school because he doesn't have time for them. We don't get to do anything. We can't do the fundraisers that some of us have been waiting to do. Juggin' Rose, Burger Bash, MLDF, and we don't get to go to the competitions, such as Linnea. And on top of that, without the health insurance, he doesn't have the ability to focus without the medication that he needs from his insurance. And as a person that wants to be a teacher, what is showing through right now is that the country does not care about teachers. Not the staff, sorry, but still, they do not care about any of the staff that works at these schools. Thank you.
Good evening, Cabinet and Board. My name is Matt Goff, and for the past 17 years, I've been an English teacher at Argonaut High School. I'm here to speak on behalf of the families. The chart in front of you was made by my wife because she's been a bulldog about this, but employees with families will be paying 3 to 6 times what they currently pay in annual premiums alone. Without additional financial assistance from the district, families will be paying $24,000 a year on the gold plan, up to $40,000 a year on the platinum plan each year, just for health insurance. And that does not include deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums. We haven't talked about that yet tonight, but so far this year, my wife has met her deductible and has nearly reached her out-of-pocket maximum of over $6,000. We're on the PPO 10 plan. But when we switch to CalPERS in October, our deductible and out-of-pocket max will reset back to zero, meaning we will be responsible for paying thousands of more dollars over the next several months. Then the deductible and out-of-pocket max resets again in January.
Correct. I didn't tell you that.
Premiums are rising each year from 25 to 26. The PERS Gold Plan rate will increase by 10%. I don't know what the increase will be in 27, but it's going to go up. The financial costs are staggering. Amador County is our home. Yeah, this is tough. It's where we've raised our son. It's a community of people we love. Teaching the students of Argonaut brings me a joy that I never thought would be possible. When I go to school every morning, I don't feel like I'm going to work. And last year, when my family experienced a major health crisis, it was my Mustang family, teachers and staff of Argonaut, who supported us the most. It's impossible to think about leaving, but unless the district significantly increases the health care contributions to its employees, many families, including ours, may have no choice. I ask that the board and the district office work quickly together to offer a viable solution to this crisis. Together, we can avert this impending disaster. Help us, the teachers and staff of our schools, keep doing our jobs here in the community that we love. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Diane Bennett. Diane, you have the first one. Which one did you want to start with?
Which one do you want me to start with?
The first one I have is state COLA.
Okay,
Okay, so we'll loop back around you once we get through everybody.
that's fine.
Okay.
Hi, Diane Bennett, private citizen speaking on a public matter and a 10-year school teacher. So, somebody else already mentioned this. Why the heck does the state COLA come in and the district keeps a portion of it? They use it for bargaining power. They use it for other things. A couple years ago, it was 7%, and this district got what, 3 or 4%? What happened to the other? This last year, the state sent a little over 1%. Everybody back here is still waiting for that little over a 1%. If I was a headhunter for another district, you know where I would be tonight? I'd be right here. The reason being is you guys changed your work conditions after you got these teachers to sign their contracts for this year. They signed their due diligence and their contracts under the aspects of having the health insurance they had. Now, I haven't contacted legal where I'm at to ask them or any of my friends, but if somebody chose to leave this district because it was unaffordable for them, I don't know that you could hold their certification hostage. When the teachers union had 4 of us that were trying to run for school board meet, they said, how do we attract and retain teachers? This is not it. This is not it. The district at this point needs to step up And from whatever pool they need to pull it from, you need to increase the employee cap of what you guys are paying for the health insurance to make it so these people in this room get to stay in the community that they want to, where they want to teach. This is not fair to them. It's not fair to the kids of this district, and it isn't fair to everybody else around. If you look at other districts nearby, Sac City Unified pays you and all of your employees' health care costs. I know, I was there for a while. If you look at El Dorado, you look at the pay scale, they're making about $10,000 more a year, and their cap is a lot higher. You look at Lodi, I've done the numbers, their cap is higher. They at least pay $14,000 or $1,400 a month. So you start looking at what's around, and yes, it does make it very attractive to commute. Do we want to commute? No. Do we want to invest our time back in the district that our kids are in or we went to school in? I went to school in this district. My kids went to school in this district. And my daughter just got her MD. She's one of the first ones in years that came out of Amador County that got their MD. So maybe move the district office HR to Shenandoah, and then some people can get Kaiser.
Okay, next we have Patricia Angeha.
Hello, board, cabinet, most importantly, teachers, staff, and community members. My name is Patricia Angeha. I'm not a teacher, not a staff member, but I am a parent. I have 2 kids at Ione Elementary School. I've emailed the board several times about the conditions of Ione Elementary and also about monetary issues and things of that nature. And I've gone over many prior board reports, and I'm not going to belabor the obvious health insurance crisis that we're facing, because I think that the teachers and the staff have spoken to so many great points about why it's ridiculous and why they would have to shoulder that burden is just not conscionable. They shouldn't have to do that. They didn't create this crisis. They shouldn't have to pay for that crisis. We wouldn't be in this crisis if this administration of this district would manage their finances better. It'd be easy to blame Tori, who up and left, of course. But there are still people here who were working while she was working, and I doubt she made all of these decisions unilaterally. She got guidance from Mr. Critchfield, who is not here this evening, and who I've heard, I know why he's not here, because he's taking his daughter to college, yes, but parents are upset about that he would miss such an important meeting. I've emailed about Dr. Palazuelo's issues with his previous school district, and now that I'm hearing about retaliation against teachers and staff, I'm wondering why the board has taken no action. I appreciate James responding to my emails, and I really do hope that you've taken the time to read them, because I've spent hours compiling all of that information. I can forward them again. How many bus cancellations there were in the past however many years, how they just kept increasing, how the bus, I'll talk about this in the transportation section. I'm gonna be up here a couple times tonight. We're in a $1.5 million deficit with about $637,000 just unaccounted for. Might need new fiscal admin, might need more new HR if we're having retaliation problems. I saw on social media that Jared Critchfield has stalked a former staff member outside of school. The personnel department threatens to put negative action on California Department of Credentialing for teachers that speak out or, leave the district.
Did they tell you that?
I've seen it on social media that personnel department has made threats to teachers and staff, yes. And just hearing those things, we shouldn't have to worry about that. We should be worrying about, are our history books current? What are we gonna teach? So, I'll be up here again later. Thank you.
Okay, Audrey Kielb.
Hello, my name is Audrey Kilb, and I'm a senior at Argonaut High School, prior president of the Youth Advisory Board, along as a teacher's aide at Jackson State Preschool during the 2024 and 2025 school year. I would not be able to call myself a leader of said club or aide without the dedication of my teachers and their sacrifice of their free time. I know many other club leaders and members here today who are grateful for their dedication. Our teachers go above and beyond for our students, far more than what they get paid for. In this current situation, the things many students once took for granted and the dedicated students will mourn are at risk of being lost. We will be losing far more than club time, hanging out with our teachers during lunch, but we will be losing our community. Teachers won't be able to provide for some dedication they once did, whether it's going to rehearsals for drama or providing catering for after-school community activities that benefit electives that otherwise would not be given enough funding for. Argonaut has already suffered with the lack of advanced programs electives, along with creative art programs, leading to many either change their electives entirely or reach out to outside sources such as College Connect to provide us credit which not everyone else has access to. I know so many freshmen so excited for drama and studio art, but if these teachers leave, what kind of high school experience is that? I know this is my last year, but I have found much of my circle, my community, and my passion through clubs and peers I've surrounded myself with. My teachers, especially those who influence my creativity and support my dreams, in my personal opinion, will be affected the most, because they tend to put in more effort than anyone else. School's supposed to provide outlets of ways of creativity, interests, and help shape parts of our future. Without our teachers being able to provide more than what is given, to inspire us to find our own path, not just the one on the curriculum, will negatively affect our community and our generation. From one leader to another, I'm asking for change. Change that does not fail our education or fail our schools, and especially one that does not fail our teachers. You cannot put students first and then put teachers last. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Brody Dillon. And after that, we have Cameron Dugan. Brody Dillon? Dillon? Yeah.
Hello, board members. I am Brooke Dillion, the president of Argonaut Drama Club and a senior at Argonaut High School. My own mom works in the office at Argonaut, and I'm here to address the issues that will drastically affect our community. We students appreciate the effort and love our teachers regularly put into their work. Teachers are superheroes that don't wear capes. They are raising the future generations of adults just as much as the actual parents are.
Preach.
They deserve the same amount of respect, equality, and financial stability that every upright citizen deserves. I would like the board to know that their decision to take away their original insurance for a higher, unreasonable price is not acceptable. Every teacher has a life outside of their school. They have families, spouses, and children, and a house they need to support. When the price for insurance increases, they lose the money they're able to spend on their basic needs. They can no longer live as comfortably as they deserve. The teachers and workers in our schools are already underpaid and underappreciated. They'll need to pick up more jobs and work their bones dry just to sustain themselves. Even the teachers who were once a part of after-school programs may have to cancel their time spent with students in extracurricular activities. Speaking from my own experience as a student, after-school programs like rehearsals and practices are vital in my enrichment, as well as feeding my passion for the arts in my community. Now that my teachers must work excessively for the bare minimum, they no longer have the time to support these programs. This means no place for us to advance our education and interests outside of school hours, and the cancellation of many projects that the students have put much effort into. The drama department, for example, is in jeopardy, as without our extracurricular events, we may lose the performances and fundraisers the students put on to support our program. On behalf of all my fellow students, I am disappointed, and I have so much empathy for my teachers. Members of the board, thank you for listening, and I hope you now further understand the effect your decision has had on the teachers and the children. I mean, look at all these people that came just for you. Thank you.
Okay, next is Cameron Dugan, and then after that we have Amy Champ.
Thank you for welcoming me. I'm just here to say this. I'm glad I was here the last few years to teach Brooke and Audrey how to speak and write. I've lived in this county my entire life. I was educated here. I came back and served this district for 17 years, but I'm ready to leave. You don't know who I am? It's because you're new. And before you think I'm just some other disposable teacher you can replace next year with a cheaper version, I'm not. Let me explain what you'll be losing if I can't afford to stay here. I'm one of the best teachers this county has to offer. This is not my opinion. Now, I've been known to be arrogant. This is not my ego. I coach, I mentor new teachers. TJ, you heard from him? I hold lunch detention. I teach summer school. I grade independent study contracts by the hundreds for you, for your kids. I read teachers' speeches and edit them. And I hold rigorous academic and behavioral standards that other teachers will not. You know it. For the past 3 years in a row, I have taught the highest level of English, 12th grade AP in literature and composition, and for the last 3 years in a row, 100% of my students in those classes have passed the AP test. This is not an accident. We achieved this incredible feat together, Miss Floyd, Mr. Goff, and I. In fact, I taught most of your children. I taught Jared's children. I taught them well, and they know it. The fact that they were able to get into good schools is no small part due to the education they received at my hands, at Mr. Goff's hands, at Mr. Garcia's hands. And if I taught them something better than grammar or essay structure, underlying all of my lessons was one true lesson: to value themselves, to find their voice, to stand up for what's right, and to be unapologetically themselves, to know their worth. What kind of hypocrite would I be if I sat back and took a $40,000 pay cut and didn't speak up? How can I possibly stand in front of these students next year and teach them to value themselves if I don't value myself? I won't. I don't deserve it. I am worth more than that. This board and this cabinet has to be held accountable for the past decade of wasteful spending, poor vision, and mismanagement. The revolving door of superintendents is no excuse. It is incumbent upon you to find a solution that does not impact teacher salaries. I listened intently with tears in my eyes at the first presentation tonight. Maybe you were bored, but I was crying. We are taking handouts from prisons. We take their leftovers. That's the reality of our schools. For my part, I am loyal to this district. I've proven that. Have you? Do you have my best interests at heart? Because I have their best interests at heart. I mean, showing up late to our graduation in a fleet of brand new Jeep Wagoneers that go for $80K a pop doesn't exactly scream, we value you.
Okay, Amy Champ, and then Candy Thompson is after her.
Set a timer. All the kids in this room know about setting a timer in the classroom. And I just wanted to say a quick plug for our substitute teachers. I am a substitute teacher. And amidst all of the kids that I've had here, this is the only job I've ever had where people kind of put you down, even though you have a PhD. So let's support our substitutes. I'm in my third year-long or long-term job. And what I do is when the teachers get cancer, when they get grave illnesses or their children are sick, I go into that classroom and I keep it running all year, okay? What we're looking at is not health care. This is a scam, and it's raining down on everybody in this country. This economy is not going to get better, it's getting worse. Today it was announced 50% tariffs on India. Where do you think our medicine is made? It's made in India, okay? People here who have been getting the buyout subsidies, all of the families have their budget based on the contract that they signed up for. Those bills don't go away. These are the most educated people in our county. They all have student loans. My co-teacher right now is going to pay $25,000 out of her pocket for a master's degree. At a $1,300 subsidy, it's going to take over a dozen years to pay that, to get that benefit back. She has to pay those loans. That benefit and on an annual basis doesn't equate to the amount that we have to pay when there's interest attached to those loans. These people are having a hard time getting homeowners insurance. Car insurance is going up. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people have been laid off in this country. And if you sort of think that it's a little bit of doomsday, just think about the fact that 260 Walmart stores are closing nationwide. When Walmart starts closing Walmart superstores, you got to think things are kind of getting really, really bad. So what we need to do is remember what we have, and what we have is precious. Working here, I will tell you, I went last spring to San Juan Unified, and I was commuting. If you want to go down there, everything is off Sunrise or Watt Avenue, okay? And it's interesting. There's kids from Afghanistan. There's tens of thousands of them. There's tens of thousands of kids from the Ukraine coming from much worse situations, and we have it lucky. We're not facing down the National Guard in the streets of Amador County. We're not facing down all of these raids and everything that everyone in this country is going through. What we need to do is protect what we have so the people who grew up here can teach our kids and everything stays safe. Thank you.
Okay, next is Candy Thompson, and then following is Benny Blankenheim.
Good evening. I just want to echo what Dugan just said. I have a daughter who just started law school and one who just started her master's program last week because of teachers like Dugan and Goff. We can't afford to lose them. As you know, I sat where you are much more often than I've been here, and I understand what you're going through. First, I want to point out that I understand it's the union negotiators that are in the process of negotiating the insurance, and nothing is in stone yet. The negotiations happen with the unions, the district and the unions come to an agreement, and then it comes before the board. You've not made a vote on this yet, as it hasn't come to you yet, but I realize that there are not a lot of options for the unions to negotiate. I believe you know this is not sustainable, and I believe in you, and I believe in Mr. Critchfield that you will make this right. I believe in the care that you have for the students and staff. Here's what I know. In 2017, Mr. Critchfield was hired as the new CFO, and he started to peel back the onion to see what the financial state of the district actually looked like while I sat in your seats. Very quickly, we learned that the reserves for the district that should always be no less than 3% were about $2.5 million short. Jared found that our reserves were at less than $1,000. We had the fear of the district going into receivership, which for those of you who don't know meant we were going to be bankrupt. We were given a very short period of time to find money. Jared called it right-sizing the district, which was a nice way of having to do many cuts. The state predicted it would take 3 years, and in 18 months we were able to get those reserves back up to 3%. I 100% believe and trust that you see this as a larger crisis than what we found ourselves in 2017. I believe you will make the cuts, find the money, and do what it takes to offset these atrocious costs that are being passed on to the staff. When you think there are no options, there are. This can happen. You just have to make very hard decisions. I believe in you. I know you have the ability. I know you have the power. And you have the leadership to do what it's going to take to keep our staff. And that means that there's going to be a lot of cuts that are going to have to happen. And with the previous administration, there are unfortunately a lot that can be cut. You find yourself in the same shoes that we were in 2017, and I believe you know what you have to do. I've lived it, so I know you can do it. It's not easy, it's not fun, you're not going to be popular, but we can't afford not to do it. Our entire community relies on you. This doesn't just affect the schools and the students and the staff, it affects everyone in the whole community, and you have the power to do it.
Okay, Benny Blankenheim.
Good evening. I am Benny Blankenheim. I am a sophomore in high school. I'm 15, and I will be speaking on behalf of the teachers. You guys are the heads of the district, the board members. You should not be making slips up like this. These teachers are already underpaid. Not only do the teachers lose in the situation, but the whole family does too. The wives, the husbands, the kids, the pets, all of them lose in the situation because you guys didn't take the time out of your day to think about how this affects the teachers and their families. Some of these teachers and their family members can't even afford to go to the doctor or dentist or vet because of what you guys are doing. Those are the bare minimum of human rights, and you guys are stripping that away from these teachers and their families by doing that. Absolutely nobody who is working for the school in this district should have to choose between eating or paying their bills. It breaks my heart to see that these teachers have to make such hard decisions about their career in this district. This may not affect my family, but it affects my school family, all of my teachers and their families. They help me and are continuing to help me learn and grow and become my own self. Thanks to your decisions and your mistakes, they're going to have to find all new jobs or work a second job just to make ends meet. Thank you.
Okay, Adriana Moscoso. And after that is Gianna Flock.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry this is scattered because I did just write this on the floor. I wanted to, of course, talk about the premier topic of tonight, but I would also like to talk about family and the community. I may not be from around here. In fact, I have lived here maybe 4 years at this point, and I don't know about many of you, but I'm pretty involved in this community, as are many of the students that are here with me tonight. But something I don't have, like so many others who go to school with me, is an active family. These staff members are not expendable pieces in a big chess game. These are real people who change real lives. I would like to thank some of the teachers, Mr. Geedy, Mr. Wall, Ms. Kronk, Ms. Thompson, and many, many more. Thank you. For taking my life and those of others and making it better. Teachers are not, and I repeat, not expendable. So please take the time to figure out how to continue giving kids like me a family and a future that they deserve so they can give back to their community. Thank you so much.
After Gianna is Abby Thomas.
Hello, my name is Gianna Flock. I am a sophomore at Argonaut High School. Some of you might know me or might know my parents or my family. One thing that I would like to talk about and what I would like to speak to you all about is the trickle-down effect of what this monumental decision will have. While this does mostly affect the teachers and all the staff in this room, it will also affect us students. Due to the insurance crisis at Argonaut High School alone, there will be at least 75% of teachers who will leave this school. Little known fact about me, I was number 2 in my class of about 170 people last year, and I would not have done that without the support of the teachers that are here. I would personally like to thank Miss Varney, Mr. Goff, Mrs. Hamilton, Mr. Carson, Mr. Morazan, Mr. Geedy especially, Mrs. Clark, and Mrs. Pache. I would also like to additionally thank Mr. Dugan, Miss Reeder, Mr. Lucas, and Mr. Davis, and all the other teachers that I forgot to put down because I was rushing to write this. Thank you. I would not have been able to keep a 4.0 GPA consecutively without them, especially Mr. Carson because he allowed me to turn in a bunch of late assignments. Thank you. We, as a student body, love these teachers. We love all of you. And you need to know that we love all of you, and we thank you so much for your hard work. However, I'm about to lose some of the most important and amazing individuals that I've ever met in my entire life because of this crisis, because of what you, as a school district, as a board, have decided to do. And I understand that most of you were not here for the consolidation. However, some of you were. So expect some very strongly worded emails from me. All right? As a final note, originally I was going to direct this speech to Mr. Critchfield, who is unfortunately not here. Yeah, because of his daughter, Jenna, who is going to college. Who do you think gave her the skills to be able to be valedictorian of the 2025 graduating class? Them. They did. Who do you think inspired her to go into the workforce to be an astrophysicist at NASA, I believe? Am I right? Yeah. Who did that? Them. They did. I am planning on going to college, a 4-year, and I also want to get a master's program, be input in a master's program. I want to study history abroad. There are people in this room who have re-inspired my love of history, my love of English, my love of science, and I would not be here speaking to you with the courage that I have without them. I leave you, ACUSD School Board District, with one final question. When they leave, who's going to teach us? It's going to be you? Is it going to be long-term subs that are going to be here because they leave? Who's it going to be? Look out for the email, gianna.flock@acusd.org. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Abby Thomas, and then after that we have Grace Overman.
Hello, my name is Abby Thomas. I'm a graduate of Argonaut of 2025. I moved to Amador County my sophomore year after moving from 2 schools that I would have failed out of. Because of Argonaut, because of Mr. Harlow, Miss Jeffries, Miss Hinman, because I am a special education student, I am succeeding right now. And a special thank you to Mr. Geedy, who has been helping me get me on my feet. What you're doing now is making it so you have a chance of losing these teachers. I've never had any better special education teachers than the ones that I have had here. I start college tomorrow to be a teacher, to be a drama teacher at Amador. Because I love it here. I love being here more than I've loved being in Oklahoma or Elk Grove. Give me something to look forward to. These kids to teach in the next 4 years or however long it takes. Because I love Amador County, I love drama, and I want to teach these kids something that they'll take through the rest of their lives. Thank you.
Okay, next is Grace Overman, and after Grace is Emma Oldfield.
Hi, my name is Grace Overman, and I'll keep this short because I wrote this like 30 seconds ago. Anyway, I just wanted to say that what you were doing is not only affecting the teachers, but the students. You see, like, how many of us came here tonight to support our teachers because of how much they support us. Without them, we do not succeed. They help us achieve our dreams and push us to meet goals even when we don't believe we can reach them ourselves. I'm in drama, and that's like a huge part of my factor. And I'm able to be successful in that because of Mr. Geedy, who puts so much time and effort into like putting on like super cool productions and everything. And with this like healthcare stuff that's going on, he won't be able to help us provide that support that we need to be successful in theater. And there's so many teachers that are going through the same thing, and so many students that are going through the same thing in similar clubs and sports. And like my mom is a teacher, so this affects me personally too in my family life. And I just want to say, can all employees, can you stand if you are leaving? If you are considering leaving. If you are considering leaving, please stand. Please. These are all the teachers that support so many students, and we just really don't want them to leave. So, thank you.
Okay, the next is Emma Oldfield, and then after her is Chloe Overman.
I feel very short. But I came up here today because I have heard a lot of people talking, and there has been a lot of mention how hard it is for you guys. And I don't know. I am ignorant to a lot of the ways of the world, a lot of the politics that's going on with you guys and the teachers. My biggest concern right now is the AP test I have tomorrow. But I do know how much I care about my teachers and how much I care about all the work you included and them have put in. I am incredibly grateful for you and the teachers and the staff. I couldn't possibly name every single staff member that has influenced who I am today. But I do know that they have influenced me, whether directly or indirectly, whether it's PE teachers calling me Youngfield instead of Oldfield, or janitor people saying thank you for picking up trash. They have shaped who I am today, and it's a lot different from who I was yesterday and the day before I started school. I don't know a lot when it comes to the adult world, but I do know who I am, and that has been shaped by the teachers. Thank you.
Okay, next is Chloe Overman.
Hello, board. My name is Chloe Overman, and I'm a fellow student of Amador. I'm currently a sophomore, and I participate in so many activities: FFA, soccer, tennis, drama. My life revolves around teachers. Like, my mom's a teacher. Like, everything I do, it's because the teachers have given us the support to do that. Honestly, like, drama, this is why I'm here. This is why all these kids are here, because they love their teachers so much. My mom being a teacher, this personally impacts me, and that's obvious, but take in consideration every single kid who may just simply had a teacher, at least one teacher or staff member in their life come here to support them. And I wouldn't be able to do any of the activities I get to do after school without these teachers. And I hope you come to realize that these kids, every kid in all these schools, are better people because of these teachers, and are gonna become better people because of the support of the teachers. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Michael Garcia again.
What a night, guys. Wow. Kayla, who would have thought all these years later, from junior high to this, insane. So I had this whole crazy speech that I typed up, and I spent time on AI making sure, because I'm not an English teacher, and my English teachers that are in here would know, like, I can't do it. So everyone's pretty much hit the nail on the head. I mean, I want blood. I want someone's job personally, but that's just me. I want a couple people's jobs, if I'm being honest with you guys, but it's just Mr. Garcia. I'm just, that guy. Just a little bit about myself for those of you that don't know. I was raised out here. My family's from the city, from the ghetto, and so I was fortunate enough to live up here. And as most of these teachers that are in here can attest, I terrorized them. They may say that I'm nice or I was okay. I terrorized these people, okay? And look I turned out all right. Some of your kids like me, I, right now, am paying like $467, something like that a month, okay? I have an autistic kid who you guys know because we've had issues with that too, I'm not gonna be able to pay the bills. I've canceled my involvement in the homecoming breakfast, in the burger bash. I'm not doing the Thanksgiving lunch for the elementary school. Because guess what? Not only are you guys retaliating against me by shoving a study hall down my throat, after the staff voted and it was approved, it's a legitimate process for Mr. Garcia, not for the other people that were included in the vote. It's just Mr. Garcia. I could only assume, because 2 weeks ago I was speaking at a board meeting. And what do you know? Tuesday, 2 weeks into school, Mr. Garcia's schedule gets changed. We got to change the master schedule. Isn't that crazy? I say it out loud and it doesn't make sense. Like, that's not retaliation? Huh? I didn't even get my signed prep buyout back from HR. But I'm the asshole? That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Insane. Absolutely insane. And I'm sorry. I'm very upset. Because I might be pulling cans out of your trash cans so that I can provide for my family. Or I might be door dashing. Who knows? I might show up at your house with your food. Then what are you going to say? It's insane. Absolutely insane. I left a career in the casino, in the kitchens, to come here. Oh, I'm going to be able to buy a house. I'm going to be able to take care of my family. Wrong. Try again. That's crazy. That's insane. Am I the only one that thinks it's insane? No. What is going on here? You remember me in junior high? I was a little, And you know what? I feel like I do an amazing job to impact these kids. I have given my life for this. My life. Okay? Insane.
Mr. Garcia, I apologize. Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Becca Hamilton.
Hello, I am Becca. I plan to keep this short because I kind of just have bullet points here. To start off, I am a sophomore at Amador High, and I just wanted to point out the fact that this medical plan, of course, it's going to affect every teacher, their families. It also affects our entire community because our stores and small businesses, Pine Grove Market, Baked, all of them, they rely on the funds from the people that you are stripping away. They rely on those funds. So it's a circle. It keeps breaking everything down. And now for school, I have always wanted to be a teacher. And Mr. Geedy, he is one of my biggest inspirations. He's such a wonderful teacher. He has such an inspiration for drama, and the fact that he may need to leave because he can't support himself or his family is heartbreaking. Makes me want to not even pursue drama anymore, which I've been in since 6th grade, so that's 4 years. And I want to be an actor. That's a dream. So this is the plan. It would strip away from future careers for us kids, because these teachers are what have been building our dreams for these careers. And if you take the teachers away, we're left with nothing. We can't rebuild those on an empty base. I don't really have much else to say because of the bullet points, so thank you.
Okay, next we have Diane Bennett. Where is she? Diane?
Caught me writing more notes. Diane Bennett, private citizen, speaking on a public matter. Yes, I say this every time after I was threatened by the previous she who shall not be named superintendent, which I know my First Amendment rights. I am a social science teacher. So Today I want to speak honestly about what it feels like to be a friend to teachers in this district. It feels in many ways like my friends are trapped in an abusive relationship. They go to work every day because they love their students, because they believe in education, and because they want to make a difference. But the environment they are forced to work in is toxic. Teachers are constantly under pressure to keep quiet about the problems they face. They are threatened directly or indirectly that if they speak out, if they tell the truth about their work conditions, they will face consequences. That is not how a healthy relationship works. That is intimidation. The district office, the very body that is supposed to support them, has proven time and time again to be ineffective and unresponsive. Instead of collaboration, they are met with incompetence. Instead of solutions, they are given excuses. When they try to raise their concerns, they are treated not as partners in education, but as problems to be silenced. That is not leadership, it is neglect. And while they endure the mistreatment, they are also burdened with the crushing weight of skyrocketing healthcare premiums. They are paying more and more every year for less and less coverage. The so-called health care plan the district is forcing doesn't even allow them to use their own local hospital without paying astronomical prices. Imagine dedicating your career to serving the community, only to be told that when you or your family gets sick, you can't even seek care in your own hometown. Teachers are not asking for luxuries. They are asking for dignity. They are asking for respect. They are asking for fair treatment. Every abusive relationship relies on silence, but today they are breaking their silence. They will not be intimidated into submission. They will not accept incompetence as the standard, and they will not allow their health and their families to be neglected any longer. They are standing up not just for themselves, but for the students, families, and communities they serve. The district needs to remember schools do not run on policies, budgets, or buildings. Schools run on people and on teachers and the support staff. And you mistreat the teachers and support staff, you are harming the very foundation of education. It's time for the district to end the abuse. It's time for them to listen to change and finally show the respect teachers deserve. If I was in this point, yes, I would be ready to strike, and I'd be ready to walk the line with these people if I need to. I'm not saying they should. But the district needs to make concessions to help with the health care that they forced upon them. Otherwise, where are you going to get teachers to teach in this district?
Diane.
Ms.
Diane,
Bennett.
you're next.
Oh, good thing I forgot my phone too. So a couple little things. We've heard tonight about the affordable health care. I didn't know all that. That research that was done is absolutely amazing. And the fact that if the district doesn't decide to pay more to make affordable health care, you're going to be paying state fines, just like you did with the admin ratio. Increase the district contribution. Because who will you hire? Tell me who in their right mind, even getting out of the teaching credential program, is going to go, oh, I'm going to go to work for $500 a month. At that point, it's way easier to get social services assistance and have insurance and food stamps and go work somewhere else. That's not what any of these people want to do. We didn't spend 4 years plus teaching credential program to come and be treated like this. This is not fair to all these people in this room, and I don't even work up here. I am right now going, thank God I have an hour and 10-minute commute every day to school if I don't get stuck in traffic. Because I have health care coverage that's affordable. My union might also be right now fighting for our COLA, but I'm not looking at what the people behind me are looking at. But you know what I can do? I can help support them, and I can speak out, because hopefully y'all won't run to my district again like the she who shall not be named did last time.
Okay, really quickly, I would like to thank everyone for coming here tonight to speak and to express their concerns about changes that have recently been made. I see a lot of familiar faces here, and I have friends, former colleagues, my son's teachers and aides here that I care dearly for. While we greatly appreciate your voices, I'm confident the union representatives that you have voted in to negotiate on your behalf will make sure they're getting the best outcome possible for you. The negotiations happen, and then it comes to us to vote on. Rock on. Okay. To the consent agenda. Okay. Okay, so we do have, so we'll just give everybody just 1 second. Who's gonna leave? Oh my God. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. We do have public comment on the consent agenda. So Patricia and Gija, if you'd like to come up, please. Okay, so what?
Hello, board.
Would you just give me 1 moment? Sorry
Oh,
about
yeah.
that. Thank you. Okay, so you have multiple cards for this item. So we're gonna go card by card with each item, and each 3 minutes you get is specific to the one topic. So the first one, you have 2 cards for, this says OE warrants, this is the county.
Yeah, there's one for the warrants for ACUSD and one for ACOE.
Okay, so that's for next meeting, thank you. Okay, so the first one, we'll start with the 13.2 warrants.
Okay. So again, my name's Patricia Angija. I'm not a staff member or teacher, I'm just a parent, which is still important. But I wanted to bring attention to the warrants. I have sort of a fiscal background, so I've had to analyze statements such as this, and I went back through not just this month's statement, which isn't even a full month, but also previous ones. So just, I want to echo the one teacher who said that it's the board's job to not just go along with the recommendations for approval of the admin staff. And I think you guys have done a great job with questioning the expenses. I really appreciate the questions. What is this for? What is that for? Because I don't know either. I don't know what CDW Government Incorporated for $36,000 for. Discovery Education, $10,000. But all of these things add up. And these are only the ones for 8-1 to 8-22 that are more than $10,000 because, again, fiscal background, that's what you look for, what raises red flags. AT&T, I know you guys questioned in a previous meeting, out of control. And then Apple Computers, $14,000, Amazon Capital, almost $10,000. This is where we're gonna get the money. This is where. These little expenses here and there about MOUs for $2,000 here, $2,000 there, I'll speak on that later. That's where we're gonna make up a lot of it. These 10,000.
I'm so sorry. Can I pause you for just 1 second? I'm sorry. We'll pause your time.
Yep.
If you guys are gonna have conversation, can we please head outside for the conversation? Thanks so much. Okay.
So these, not necessarily the, 2,000 here, 2,000 there, but these $50,000 every month or 10,000, 20,000, that's what is going to add up to make up that deficit of 1.5 million. And then of course offset the cost to the teachers for the insurance problem that they are facing. They shouldn't have to shoulder that. And that's really where it needs to come from, is really going through these warrants and questioning. Obviously you have to approve them because, you have vendors that need to be paid, but before these expenses happen, not after. Is this really necessary? Do we have a light switch in the, this storage closet rather than going to Ace and buying one? Because that's staff time, that's gas, that's mileage, that's whatever on a car, which it all adds up. So I just appreciate all of the attention you give to these items. And I would love to see what comes out for September, because last September it was over 3 million for the expenses. And so I'm wondering if that's what it comes out to this year or if it's more, because it's kind of hard to analyze this year compared to last year, where we were at. Then it seems like it's a $1.4 million increase from this time last year in August. Thank you.
Okay, so your time is up for warrants, but next is 13.2 transportation.
So the transportation, so I see that we have the transportation home to school plan. It looks like it's late. We did the 24-25 and the 25-26, I think. And I'm just frustrated because we have a transportation director who's not here to speak on it. And it seems we're lacking in transportation. We got a notice the day before school started saying, we're going to put the cancellation plan back into place. Why just the day before school started? We were given last minute notice. Guess what? My kid's bus was the first day canceled. So it's very frustrating that admin staff, such as the superintendent, all these people are paid so much higher than the teachers. And the teachers are really who are important. And I'm not saying I've worked as admin staff. So I know the importance of those jobs. They wouldn't run without that. But I don't think that warrants, $100,000 over what a teacher would make if you're not gonna do your job. If you're not gonna ensure the transportation to get the kids to school so we can collect the state funding per enrolled child to actually attend. So I'm just wondering why the transportation director is not here. Yes.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to pause you for a second. I paused your time as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Jarman, all due respect, sir, but I would never go into your classroom and be disrespectful. Can you please keep the verbal outbursts to a minimum? You don't have to stop it, just to a minimum. Roger that. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
So the problem also with transportation was I had a phone call with Mr. Critchfield at the beginning, I think it was in March, when I emailed about all of the both structural and safety issues and things like that. And he said the issue with transportation was the split shift. And yet now I'm hearing that it is the pay as well, which he tried to convince me that it's not the pay. But even the split shift, I think that a solution can be found with partnering with neighboring counties like Calaveras, because Calaveras has had transportation issues too, with staggering, school start and end times, maybe implementing some transportation for the TK students now that it's universal. I also heard that field trips are actually paid for by each school site. And sorry, I'm rambling, but just sort of to have a morning shift and an afternoon shift and kind of eliminate the split shift problem that is seemingly to be the real issue of why we can't retain and get bus drivers in the first place. So just seeing what other community organizations are out there that need transportation with obviously vetted drivers, I think that'd be good. And that's it for me.
Okay, and then you have one more for 13.5 for Aries.
Right, so another expense. I know Aries is very important for our district communication. I'm just trying to figure out if that is the combined expense for both Aries and Parent Square, or if those are two separate things. Because I think it should be questioned that we don't want to duplicate communication technology, that this is $20,000, which actually kind of is a good deal for a year, but with all the other expenses that we've seen. But I just want to make sure that we're really paying attention to those types of expenses that come up, to make sure that we're not duplicating where we don't need to be.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, we'll start down the line. Questions for consent. Peyton, do you have any questions? Good to see you again.
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Norton, when it comes to some of these financial things, and I don't want to oversimplify, so feel free to correct me, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around certain things. There are big ticket items. Is part of that because the typical school model is that when the fiscal year begins in July, we have to pay for some of these big things for the entire year. These are not ongoing month-by-month expenses, like Aries, for example, or whatever. This is kind of that time of year where the big ticket items come that are annual sort of budgeted things. Is that oversimplifying, or is that semi-accurate?
That's very accurate, but also we order a lot of curriculum and consumables at this time, so those have come in over the summer, and now we have the invoices coming in, and we're paying on them as well. So some of those are a combination of the two, where it is the one-time expenditures for the year, but then in addition, the pieces of just running the school. Start of the school year, we always see an additional amount of orders as well, Amazons, et cetera, just because schools are getting supplied up for the year.
Okay. And secondarily, I believe, and perhaps Ms. Hedegaard, you can also correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that when it comes to Apple Computer, that, not to be weird, but yes, I'm literally sporting an Apple Computer shirt because I'm a ridiculous fanboy. I have issues. I should go to support group or something. But anyway, is this based on the fact that some of our students are on IEP that require specialized equipment that they provide?
That's correct, yes. An example of that for iPads, when students need to use them for personal communication devices, they are smaller, more compact, and easier to travel, let alone if they're more compatible with applications that then provide them with images that display the text, etc. So that's just an example of where we utilize Chromebooks in the classroom, but still would purchase an iPad for a student in order to have their own personal communication device that would travel with them.
That's what I thought. There are certainly, I mean, it seems like that Apple has become, it's to some degree over the past 10 years, the dominant player in certain specialized software. So
that's definitely true, and I think just in general, compounding that with the fact that their products are most lightweight and compact is also what makes them the ideal manufacturer of materials that then need to travel with an individual to all locations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ken?
Okay, we'll start with the warrants. Just curious as what the benchmark education company is for 185.
Your microphone.
Duh.
I heard you.
Okay.
Benchmark is our adopted language arts curriculum for our kindergarten through sixth grade.
So is that the yearly cost right there? We just
That's the refilling of the consumables. The kids have, I guess you would say it's like a magazine for each unit, and they write and notate in it and then take it home at the end. So every year we have to redo that.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question about 13.2B. My laptop's not really loading real quick tonight. Why is that late? Why are both those plans late?
So the 25-26 one is not late. It's actually early. That one will be due in April. I realize the description does have an error in it. It does say that one is late too. It is not. The 24-25 one is the one that is late. Why it is late is we did miss it. So we are here presenting it because it is due to the state on April 1st annually.
So are we facing any type of discipline for that? Any type of fine?
Unsure at the moment. It could have ramifications with regards to the reimbursement amount, which I want to say was around 300,000 last year. 368,661.
Okay, and then you have the estimated expenditures on here for the 24-25 school year. Why are we seeing that in this report?
Those are still estimated because technically we're still closing books, so there could be some changes. That's why they're still estimated at this time. Because this plan is meant to be, what are your estimated expenditures for the year?
Okay, so I don't understand what that has to do with the transportation, all those figures.
I guess I'm confused on the question. Help me.
Okay, yeah, I wish it had come up earlier. The following tables provide an estimate of the expenditures necessary to carry out the transportation plan.
So this is essentially our home-to-school pupil transportation, essentially budget. So you look at it, there are line items broken out for what salaries cost, benefits, the supplies to run the organization, the services cost, and then the capital outlay that goes along with it. So it's kind of a breakdown of what it costs to run it on an annual basis. This was the estimate for 24-25. It should be pretty close to accurate.
But those numbers are all within the transportation department then?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then something that I can't pull up on the computer right now, and this is for you, Patty, the 13.3B. Wish it was working.
It's for the independent contractors MOU.
Yeah, it seemed like the paperwork wasn't completely filled out.
So those are the portions, we don't want to put all of these independent contractors' personal information in. These are the contractors who are being paid out of the Prop 28 funds to provide art and music at the schools, the additional art and music that Prop 28 has funded. So these are the individuals who are doing that.
So, but there weren't, some of them, I don't think any of them had through dates. They had, a couple of them had start dates only. Some of them didn't have end dates.
I'll look into that.
Some of them didn't have descriptions. So I'm just curious about that. So yeah, if you can get back to me on that, that'd be great.
I will.
Cool, thank you.
Page, on the warrants, page 4, there's a line item, Danielson, I don't know if that's CO, Steve Schwartz. What is that?
That is our food.
Oh,
That's come
okay.
up a couple times, yeah. So the 4,700 represents our food purchases. The 4,310, that's why it's broken out, is for the paper products, like paper trays, things like that.
There's so many line items, I don't know how you can keep track of all these. Then the other one, the one I've asked before, there's on the AT&T, there's some that are like, they're in the $500 range, $575.33 and $570.33. What is that? How does that number get generated? Is that for like each site or?
Sort of. There are different accounts. Sometimes sites have multiple accounts. And so it's the amount of phone lines or the technology that's actually on there.
Mhm.
So it just kind of depends, which is why some are actually bundled together, which is why you see one, I think it's 17,304. And then you have some that are split out with only has maybe like a couple lines on it, which is why you see the 570.33. And this was split out, as noted before, because of the way AT&T handles our bill. And it would normally come as one nice clean package, it used to, but they did split it out because we needed to separate the accounts out for proper bookkeeping.
Okay. I think last time Jared mentioned that we get that same rate, the Cal.
We do, yeah.
Could you share the paperwork that designates that we get that rate?
I can work on that for you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, James?
I don't know if there's something wrong with Assembly or the website or whatever, but anytime I try to click on an attachment or a, what is that called? Paperclip, it takes forever. And like something I clicked on just came up as I started to speak, but dang, I forgot what I was gonna say. With all of these, and I guess this is a process question or maybe a Brown Act question or a higher power than myself question. If there are so many questions regarding a consent agenda, how am I gonna ask that? Should it not be in consent?
I guess, which,
or
is
could
there a
you,
particular
like-
item you're worried about? I know that the board, I believe, can ask for an item to be pulled from the consent agenda.
Right. And so then my question is, like, we had numerous questions about, well, board members had questions about consent agendas, and I'll get back to you, and we'll get back to you, and we'll get back to you. Is that picking and pecking at a consent to where, like, should it?
You could always, I would let Adrian speak to that.
I think I'm trying to talk to think, I don't know.
Oh, you're fine, Trustee Marzano. So the board reserves the right at any point to pull an item from the consent agenda for greater discussion. If you're asking the bigger question, is this something that should remain on the consent agenda for future meetings? That's something I would recommend that you work with Board President Parker and with the superintendent on. If the design of the agenda is such that you would like to see that the consent agenda, typically it is reserved for those things that are customary and routine, that you'd like to see it done different, you would just work with Trustee Parker on that one. Yeah.
After the fact?
I would say. Sorry. I would say currently you always reserve the right as a trustee to pull an item. So then once you've pulled that item, then you have the ability to move forward with those items that are on the consent agenda. And then you can take that item individually, have a discussion, ask questions of staff, and then ultimately decide to take the vote for that particular item on its own.
Okay.
For future items, like if you wanted to do that going forward, that's what I was describing, that you reserve that right as a trustee to request of your board president to have that discussion with the superintendent and to look and consider of maybe having items restructured or reordered in the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I appreciate it. My laptop's not doing what I want it to do, so I'm sorry. That's all I have.
Okay. I too had questions about the transportation plan. Is that something that is usually done in the business department, or is that something that's done in the transportation department, or is that like a collaborative effort? How does that work?
I think that's part of the reason why it was late. It kind of fell between two departments. It was the business office as well as transportation. And so that's where we ended up in the situation we're in today.
Okay. And then you said that the current year's one isn't late, so it has to be turned in by April of the latter year, so like April of 2026 is the date it's supposed to be turned in?
Correct. And
Okay.
so with this one, part of the reason we're bringing it to the board today is because we had a change from the last year's when we are looking to add in the 4 transit vans. So you'll now see that those are in there as opposed to the rentals. And then we also have the transit vans later in this meeting tonight.
Okay. Okay, does anybody else have any other questions or comments on consent? Okay.
I guess my only comment regarding the warrant items is, there's that relationship between warrants and things we approve, right? And so I know sometimes there might seem to be excessive questions, but having that clarification of how it all fits, I don't know that that's something we can really pull out of consent. And I also think it's helpful for the public to know, for us to understand where some of the money's going.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but then what popped into my head was how, it's already been spent, though.
It has, but there's that relationship again between things we approved in the past, like curriculum, right, that was mentioned, and or things like iPads, whatever, for special ed, that kind of thing, that it's just helpful to see how the puzzle fits together a little bit. At least it's helpful for me.
Yeah.
Who is still very much learning this role.
For sure.
And so I just a thought. I'm not trying to ask excessive questions, just trying to make sure, we're understanding where the money's going.
Oh, your questions help me very much. I appreciate your questions.
Okay. But no further questions. Caleb has
Okay.
more questions.
Shane? Do we have time? Do we have to extend at 9:30 or? It's before 10:30, but thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay. If we have no further questions or discussion on consent, we would just need a motion.
I make the motion that we pass item 13, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton, I think you said this one out. And Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 14, communications. We do not have any. So we're gonna move on to action items. We have 15.1. We do have a public comment on this item that we will hear before we go into the item. So Patricia and Gija, if you'd like to come up.
Hello again, board. Short and sweet. For the MOU with agriculture induction teacher program, the fiscal implication is $2,550 per candidate per year. I appreciate all of the additional collaboration with colleges and universities that we have done in the past. However, being very fiscally minded, I would appreciate a vote of no on this item just to start the process of saving us some money. Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead into the item, the MOU for the California Agriculture Teachers Induction Program, Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees. This particular item here is a memorandum of understanding with the California Agriculture Teachers Induction Program. This is a unique opportunity for those teachers that are seeking to clear their agriculture credentials in agriculture. Frankly, one of the challenges that many programs have is they don't have folks that are trained or have credentials in agriculture. And so this gives us the opportunity to make sure that folks who, in this particular case that we've just hired, that are seeking to clear the credential actually can do it with someone who has expertise in the field, knowledge, and it is a recognized and viable group that we're working with. I would recommend approval. I know there is a cost associated with it. However, it is quite complex to try to find someone with that credential to be able to support someone who's new to the profession.
Does somebody have to be, if you have a teacher who's going through induction, must their mentor be in their same credential field?
Thank you. Yes, that is correct. That's one of the requirements under the, with the state of California, specifically the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, that the individual that is supporting that person holds a credential in that area. And that's largely one of the reasons that this becomes not just useful, but also much needed.
Okay, thank you. Peyton, any questions?
No.
Okay, Peter?
I don't mean to question or disagree, Mr. Palazuelos, but speaking as an educator myself, back in the day, my mentor teacher, but this was, nearly 30 years ago, was not in my same credential area. They were just someone who was an experienced teacher who was good at all the teaching skills. Is that something that's required strictly for CTE, or help me understand?
Yeah, so this is actually, it's come in many different forms. Folks that maybe have been in the profession for quite some time may remember mentoring as a product. Then it became the beginning teacher support and assessment, BITSA. This is actually the induction side. This is to be able to support the person towards clearing their credential. And so that is one of the components that we are looking for as much as possible to try to find individuals that are in that same field to support them.
So it is legally required, or it's just something we'd like to do that we think is the right thing to do?
Oh, no, it is required. They have to have an expertise in that field in order to support them as part of the induction program.
Okay. Ken?
All right, so on the document, it says, our induction program is designed to, this is under purpose, and then it's blank. What is it designed to do?
Ken, I'm looking at it on my side too, and it appears blank as well. I don't know what happened when this document was uploaded, but I can tell you that this program is designed to be able to support a new teacher that is seeking to clear their credential in the state of California in the field of agriculture.
Okay, so when I first looked at this and I looked at the agenda, it said the fiscal cost was $25.50. I assume that was for the whole thing. Now I've just heard that it's per student or per teacher. My apologies. How many teachers are we going to be putting through this on an annual basis?
We have one. So the cost that was there was for the one teacher that we would have.
Okay. So the fiscal cost for this year is $25.50.
That is accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Shane?
And that's what I was going to ask is if you had any idea on the number of people. But I think you could spend that amount trying to recruit someone if you're looking for a teacher. So if we're able to find someone that could potentially be a future teacher, I think it's well worth it.
All right, James?
This can't be somebody that's in-house already, that we already have to do that?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have anybody that can meet these qualifications. That's one of the challenges.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions or comments on this item?
Yeah, and somebody can't be trained down the road to do this?
Ideally, we'd try to build that bench and be able to support that, but one of the things we'd still have to do is be able to have recognition from the authority, in this case CATIP, the California Agricultural Teachers Induction Program. So someone would essentially be approved, or more importantly, be under their umbrella to be able to support that. It's pretty typical that folks would work for them.
How many teachers are on deck in the years past, or ahead?
With respect to agriculture, we only had one opening this year. We hired one teacher. We don't foresee any other openings in the future. If there were, then any new teachers coming in that require the clearing of the credential, we'd have to go through the same process.
I'd just like to add, I think just in the area that we live in, ag is huge, and I think it's always important to try to promote that, and I think this is one way to do that.
Okay. Any further questions?
Sorry, go ahead.
How have we done it in the past?
In the past, we've worked with other groups to be able to do this.
So if we had a teacher in induction, we would have somebody from somewhere else be their mentor?
And a lot of it has to depend, it depends on the credentialing. If we have someone that came from the industry, they would receive induction through the career technical education agriculture side. For that, this particular candidate has the full agricultural science credential, and so it requires this unique approach to it.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you up front, how do we determine that we want to go through this company, or is this the only one out there that's doing the credentialing for ag teachers?
No, it's a fantastic question. So this is a group that comes to us and is recommended as part of our regional consortium that supports our agriculture teachers and the work they do through the work in our schools, and in turn, the connections that they have with the different schools of higher education that provide credentials in this area. There's a real deficit in the state of California for institutes of higher education that have folks that provide this induction service for agriculture, and so they're rather unique in that sector.
All right, thank you for the answer.
You got it.
Lots of questions on this one. Can you help break it down? Because I believe that the induction program, it's not a brief, short thing. It is a lengthy process. So how many hours of effort are we getting out of this person for the $2,500, if you can help us understand that?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Mr. Gale, that's something that I would need to take a little more time. I want to be able to be precise and accurate in what I share with you, but it is a very involved process. Induction is not just something that they meet one time and that's it. There is time that's invested throughout the year. There's someone that is providing supervisory support, and in the end, the teacher is creating a portfolio of all the things they've done in order to be able to submit forward as part of their performance assessments. So, but as far as the time, I'm sure that I could pull that together and provide it to the trustees at a later time. Unfortunately, at this particular juncture, I don't have all that information for you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
So currently, like when we have one of our current teachers do the induction for another younger teacher, they get a stipend. So we're paying for this. We pay this process for all our teachers that are getting credentials, right?
That's correct.
So this isn't a cost that's completely unexpected, and we just need to understand that too.
Thank you, Christine.
Okay. If there's no further questions, we would just need a motion for this item.
I move to approve item 15.1 MOU California Agriculture Teachers Induction Program.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton?
Doesn't this include personnel?
Does it? Oh, you are correct. Thank you. Peter?
No.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James? Aye. I'm also a yes. Okay, 15.2, we have an MOU with Pepperdine University. Dr. Palazuelos?
Yes, thank you, trustees. So this is another opportunity for Amador County Unified. Again, creating opportunities and inroads with other institutes of higher education. This particular one is Pepperdine. It would provide coursework and hands-on classroom experience, offering multiple credential pathways, elementary, secondary, and bilingual. This particular term would be for 5 years, working in partnership with Pepperdine University out of Southern California.
Okay, we'll go down the line. Peyton, any questions?
Not at the moment.
Peter?
The financial impact seems to be paid directly by the university to the teacher, is that correct?
That is accurate, sir.
Thank you.
Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
I don't have any other questions, so we would just need a motion.
I move to approve item 15.2, MOU with Pepperdine.
This is not a
Second.
Okay. And then the vote, Peyton? You can do this one.
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we have 15.3 and memorandum of understanding, Amador County Teachers Association President release time 25/26. Dr. Palazuelos.
Thank you again, trustees. So the brief provides a little more information for you. This ultimately is based on an agreement that we reached at the table with the Amador County Teachers Association on August 14th. We have a memorandum of understanding we're presenting you this evening. This would provide or grant ACTA President Jeannie Jensen a paid leave of absence of up to an additional 20% or 36 days of release time during the 2025-26 school year. The leave is provided without any loss of salary, health, and welfare benefits or employer STIRS contributions, and the California Teachers Association will bear the full costs associated with the president release time. There are no fiscal implications because everything would be invoiced to CTA for the full cost of those release days, and staff is recommending approval of this memorandum of understanding.
Okay, we'll go down the line. Questions, Peyton?
No.
Peter?
No.
Ken?
Fiscal implications will be reimbursed in a timely manner. Can you define timely manner?
So this is language that comes directly from the agreement. I would say that a timely manner and with respect to the work that we're doing is when we submit an invoice to the institution that we're seeing payment within either a period of 30 to 60 days once we've submitted an invoice. Typically in business, that's what we're looking at with respect to timeliness. It is not defined within this particular agreement, but I'm just giving you the general definition.
Have you found with the CTA in the past that they are pretty good with reimbursing?
I have no personal knowledge of issues with receiving the reimbursement from CTA. I think it's been pretty well orchestrated and done.
Thank you.
You got it.
Okay. Shane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
I don't have any further questions, so we'll go ahead and look for a motion.
Move to approve item 15.3, memorandum of understanding, Amador County Teachers Association President release time 2025-2026.
Okay, and then the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, 15.4, resolution, ACUSD 2526-3 for naming district representatives to the state allocation board. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. This item presents resolution number ACUSD 2526-03. For the Board of Trustees' consideration and adoption, this resolution is required by the State Allocation Board, or SOB, and Department of General Services, DGS, to formally designate specific individuals as authorized district representatives. These representatives are empowered to sign and submit forms, applications, and other documents related to SOB administrative programs on behalf of Amador County Unified School District. The purpose of this resolution is really to authorize the following individuals. It would be Jared Critchfield, Superintendent, myself, as well as Joe Cruz, Director of Maintenance and Operation. Currently, the only person who is authorized is Jared Critchfield. That's still on the staff. We have some old members who've transitioned out, so this would be adding a few other folks. This resolution is essential for the district to file applications for eligibility determination and funding for school facility projects under the school facility program. As shown in the accompanying SOB 50-03 form, the resolution also officially removes any previous authorized representatives who are not on the current list. At this time, we recommend the board approve this resolution, and I'm available for any questions the board may have.
Okay, we'll go on the list. Peyton?
No.
Peter?
Is this typically the kind of thing where it's wise to have multiple people because two signatures provides greater oversight or authenticity or something, or that's not really the issue?
Oh, part of it is just to have more than one person in case someone's not available, leaves, transitions out, et cetera. We ran into an issue recently. We're looking to do the unused site certification form, a part of this process, and you need somebody to have access to it. The only one who did was Jared. And so I was tracking him down to get the time on that because the superintendent's job's pretty busy. So delegating that out is probably important. And that's what we're hoping to do with that.
Thank you.
Okay. Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any other questions, so we would just need a motion for this item.
Resolution to approve item 15.4, resolution number ACUSD, or motion to approve resolution number ACUSD 2526-3 for naming district representatives to the State Allocation Board.
Second.
All right, and the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, item 15.5, we do have another public comment card, Patricia and Gija.
Hello again, board. So I know that the purchase of the 4 transit vans was discussed at a previous board meeting. However, given the fiscal crisis that we are in, I would like to hear, more support as to why we need new vehicles. Do we not have a sufficient number of vehicles? I do drive past the bus yard quite frequently, and I see a number of vehicles there. And I'm just curious. I know that transit vans have a different licensure than buses do, but I do know that our district does have vans, and it just seems that $333,000 at this juncture is not wise. I would question why we need to rent vans in the first place. So of course, if there is money savings with buying versus continuing to rent, of course, that would be the smarter choice. However, I think that we should question why we need to be renting in the first place. Beside the $333,000, as mentioned before, the school sites are paying for transport for field trips. So the vans for athletics, field trips, and other, I would hope that then the school sites would not have to absorb the cost of that, but I'm not sure if that would be the case. Also, just beside the purchase of the vans alone, Lozano Smith Special Counsel is also being contracted. The lawyer fees on the warrants for 822 of $24,000. Another expense that, our district needs to really question and consider if it's absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Okay, we will just go ahead and move into the item. And I believe this is Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. The Amador County Unified School District is looking to make the acquisition for 4 Ford Transit vans to be used for student transportation for activities like athletics, workability, and field trips. At a prior board meeting on June 18, 2025, the Board of Trustees were presented with the details of this plan, including the purchase price and financing costs. The board approved this acquisition and directed the staff to proceed. This item is the final step in that process, finalizing the purchase agreements and master equipment lease purchase agreement and repayment schedule. As noted in the attached documents, the financing will be handled through a lease purchase agreement with Ford Motor Credit Company, which has a 60-month term and annual payments. The district will then have the option to purchase the equipment at $1 at the end of the term. Note that even with the authorization from the board tonight, the agreement is contingent on receiving a determination from the California Department of Education, or CDE, that the district's repayment is considered probable due to its qualified certification status. Due to the complexity of this, we did ask Lozano Smith to help consult on this for this agreement. The fiscal implications, these were discussed in the prior board meeting, but now we have some of the final numbers. Therefore, the funding for this agreement will come from the general fund, Fund 01. The district, or the cost of the district for the fiscal year 25-26 will be $66,627.26, with the same annual payment for the next 4 years. The district has obtained the following good faith estimates from Ford Motor Credit Company as required by Government Code Section 5852.1. And to that end, the estimated principal amount is the $285,888.17. The true interest cost is the 8.29%. The finance charge is the $554, and the total payment amount is the $333,136.30. As was noted in the prior board meeting, the financing plan is expected to generate significant savings compared to the previous practice of renting vans. The estimated annual savings are projected to be just under $32,000. With this resolution, the board authorizes the superintendent and interim assistant superintendent for business services / CBO to execute all necessary documents related to the lease purchase agreement with Elk Grove Ford and Ford Motor Credit Company to finalize this transaction. Just to note, the lease is designated as a qualified tax exempt obligation, as the district does not anticipate issuing more than $10 million of tax exempt obligations in this current calendar year. And then in summary, with financing these vehicles, we have to ensure we have the authorization from the board after being presented the financing documents, which is why we're bringing those forward to you today, once we have this step completed, we can fully execute the lease of the vehicles. And the prior board agenda did not officially do that because we did not have the final documents at that point in time, which is why we're bringing it back for this one here. So therefore, at this time, we recommend the board approve this resolution, and I'm available for any questions you have.
Okay, we'll just go down the line. Peyton?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. So I know the numbers don't really look pretty right now, but I've been participating in athletics for the past 3 years. And in all 3 years, I've been either a 3 or a 4 sport athlete. And in every single one of my sports, we've had trouble with transportation. And it has gotten to the point where we've had to have coaches and even parents volunteer to drive us in these vans. And it really helps us because we still want to play and we still want to be able to travel and go to our league games, which like every school should be able to provide for their school athletics. So I think it's responsible, but that's also because I'm also an athlete participating and using the vehicles. So I see that it's a good idea, but I do understand that $3,300,000 doesn't look really pretty.
Okay, thank you. Peter?
Well spoken. Thank you for your perspective. If we, as has been talked about, and I know the consolidation is not on the agenda tonight, but if the primary need is athletics, and if we do choose to consolidate in, say, the fall of '27, is it your opinion that we truly need this many vehicles in the long term?
That is hard for me to weigh in on. I would need to consult with our transportation director on that one to give you 100%. I know at this current time with our current model, we are renting the vans that we need to facilitate these things. And in some months, we're actually renting more than the 3. And so we will still likely have some renting need because we do have a need for excess vans and transportation. But given our current state and model, I can tell you, at least I know now, we do need the 3.
Thank you.
Okay, Ken?
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we only need 3.
Sorry, that was an incorrect
That's
statement.
what I
but
heard.
You did hear it, but it's not 3 that we need. The 4th one was a replacement one that we discussed before with regards to workability. There was an accident last year that totaled one of those vans.
All right. And 8.29% interest, huh? Does it make sense to put this item off for a month to see where we might be going with consolidation and give you a chance to talk to the transportation director to see if they're necessary?
So at this time in the process too, we actually do have the vans. If we were to delay it a month, we would return the vans. And it would basically.
So we have the vans.
We do.
And we haven't signed any paperwork. They just said, take the vans, we trust you.
We have signed, but we have not officially authorized the release of funds. The funds are technically still withheld right now, which is waiting for this process tonight.
So we've used the vans.
We have.
Well, that gets a little tricky. Okay. That baffles me that we took delivery of the vans before you gave the board a chance to vote on it.
We did
I'm
vote
gonna
on
wait
it.
on that.
We got the official
We did vote on
cost.
it, though.
Board
We
President
voted on it.
Parker.
Now we have the final cost right now, and now we're being told we already have the vans, we've already used the vans, but we can give them back, and they'll say, okay, no problem. That's not the case.
Okay, Dr. Paul is with us.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, as our colleague Mr. Norton stated, this was approved by the board. Staff moved forward. We were able to consult with legal to make sure that we're doing everything appropriate based on the way that a lease purchase agreement works, and this is the process. Once the board's approved, there is a secondary process around the execution and release of the funds. Ordinarily, it could happen in the same meeting. In this particular one, it's happening now because that's when we were made aware of it. So it doesn't change the need that we have, Trustee Farrar. We have a need.
I understand all that, but we need to be better at explaining this stuff. So perception is the game we're fighting against right now. And to tell me that we're voting on buying these vans right now, and we already have them, does not sit well in my psyche. I get all the logistics of, I know we already okayed it, I voted to do it. It just seems odd. That's my opinion.
Okay. Shane?
Has there been any, I guess, research on what other districts might have to do to take care of transportation issues? I know I'm guessing we're not the only one that has an issue, and after tonight, I have a heck of a time approving this amount when we heard all these stories for our teachers, and I think this is the one that I voted no against in June, and I just have a hard time supporting this. I guess I have a hard time changing my opinion from what I did in June.
Okay. James?
We didn't have the vans when we originally approved it, right?
We did not.
Okay, I just needed to make sure that.
Yeah, we got clarification from Lozano, which helped get us to this point to make sure that we were doing this appropriately, which is why we're bringing them here tonight.
Another question is, help me understand this. So I'm trying to jot a bunch of stuff down. Do the sites, schools, or their programs, whether it's like theater or athletics or whatever, do they pay for this? They pay transportation. Am I tripping?
So they don't pay for this particular purchase, no.
No, but they pay for transportation every
They
time.
do pay for transportation when they go. It's not every time, but it is the majority, I would say.
Right. Okay. I have the same feeling as Board Member Crow. It doesn't feel right, especially after me personally, I didn't need to sit through the early part of this meeting to feel the way that I feel. I have felt that way for a while now. So that's all.
When we talk about sites paying for transportation, I have a question. Is this cheaper than us paying for that? Did the sites pay for the charter bus, or does district pay for the charter buses when we were using those?
Again, it does depend on the circumstance, but
Okay.
in like a field trip circumstance, it actually would, in a lot of cases, be the sites.
The site that paid for it, okay. Is it standard when there's transportation plans and there's transportation issues and transportation this and that and the other, that the transportation director doesn't come talk about those? Or is it typical for you guys to talk about it for him?
Well, in this particular circumstance, we're talking about the lease purchase.
The lease purchase, sure. But I'm talking about, I guess I shouldn't talk about it then. But that was just a thought that popped into my head.
Board President Parker and trustees, ordinarily, unless there's an exception, typically you'll hear from the individuals that lead the division that's providing that report. In the particular case of the question you asked around transportation and that plan, the division that was responsible for carrying that forward was the business office.
Okay.
And that's why you heard from them tonight. But it's definitely something that I heard, and I will make sure that I share that with Superintendent Critchfield about your interest.
Okay, thank you. So I guess my question is this: in June, when we talked about these vans and we voted to go ahead and lease the vans, did we do something incorrect the first time and that's why we're bringing it back, or has this always been a two-part situation?
So this is always a two-part. However, I will admit that I was unaware of that at the time, which is why we are here now with the second part. So typically what does happen is the first proposal comes to the board. We want to move forward with this purchase. Great. So then what happens again is now we then bring the financing documents to the board, and then the board signs off, gives the official authorization to move forward with it now that they've seen the official financing documents.
Okay. What happens if we return the vans?
If we return the vans, then we will basically give them back, and because we actually have already made a deposit down for it too, so we would actually ask for the deposit back. And so legal believes that if we were to do that, we have a really good case of getting it back.
How much was the deposit that we paid?
66,000 is the
So
first.
we're at the first number, okay.
And I just want to share, President Parker, with your permission. Doing that does not eliminate the need we have for transportation. It would just mean that we would then go back to, most recently, I believe we used Enterprise Rental Cars.
Yes.
And then worked with them on creating an agreement to be able to have the 4 vehicles available.
You know, and that's the comparison of savings that you put right here, correct?
Yeah.
Doing this and versus renting, right?
Correct.
Do you have a question, Shane?
I'd be interested to hear from the transportation director to lay this out on what our options are, as far as what can we do to replace this transportation need, and whether there's alternatives, whether it ends up that we're relying on athletic clubs or whatever. And I mean, I feel for the athletes. It's hard, but I'm not willing to lose teachers over vehicles.
Any further questions down the line? Peter, Ken, James, anything else?
I don't know. No.
How long are we able to prolong these documents before we must turn them into Ford, before they think we stole their vans?
I'm pretty sure we're running out of time on that, so they'll want their funds sooner than later. I know they've been requesting for it for a while, or a while is in like the last week, so I know that they'll want to have this process finished one way or the other.
Can I ask a question? Did we not think that I don't know. In June, I mean, it hasn't been a secret of where we've been going, right? And I mean, we didn't foresee this possibly happening like down the road. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, explain that for me.
I don't think I can because it's just jumbled in my head, but
Okay.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, so I'll just at least say this. In June, you know, we had the process to move forward, and so we moved forward. And so in early July, because we wanted to move quickly to make sure the vans were here for the start of the school year, we had processed all the paperwork and put it together, and we'd move forward the vans. It was after that that we also found out that to give them final authorization to release the funds, we also had to have this approval. And so that's where we worked with legal counsel, and that's why we're here tonight to finalize this. And so that's why I just want to give you the timeline of where we all went for this.
Okay, so I'd just like to say, in June, it might have been a good idea. Things have changed since June. We had a house full of people that told us things are changing, and yeah, I guess we just need to vote, but things have changed since we okayed it the first time. So unfortunately, this did come back around, and we'll have to see how it goes.
Okay, if there's no further comment, then we would just need a motion on the table. We have to vote either way.
Just so we can vote,
Yep.
I move that we pass item 15.5, resolution ACUSD 252604, authorizing execution of a lease purchase agreement for 4 transit vans.
I'll second.
Okay. Then we'll go with the vote. Peyton?
May I abstain?
Sure. Was that right? Yeah. Peter?
No.
Ken?
No.
Shane?
No.
James?
No.
I'm also a no. Okay. So I guess Ford gets their vans back for a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to our discussion items. 16.1, report to trustees, ACUSD Human Resources, start of the school, 2025, Dr. Palazuelos.
Absolutely. Board President Parker, just doing a time check. It's 10:04 PM. Per Board Bylaw 9323, the board has the ability to take action if they'd like to extend beyond the 10:30 time that's typically reserved for meeting closure. Thank you.
Sure. We would just need a motion to extend the time to hopefully 11 o'clock.
I move to extend the meeting to 11 PM.
Second.
In the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
All right, thank you, trustees. All right, so I'm going to walk you through our presentation that we have here before you here, trustees. I'll just say it, this is not one individual effort. There's a lot of folks that have contributed to get to this point. As of last Friday, we hired 34 new certificated folks, 16 new classified hires. And then what's not really represented here is the numerous internal transfers and promotions that happen within the organization. I really wanted to start out with the job fairs, just to give you as a trustees an idea of what we really saw in this past year. So we had 2 job fairs we held. One was started midday, went till 5 PM. The other one was at midday, went till 7 PM. You can see the number of attendees and the number of new hires that came from the Amador County Unified School District side. So we were very fortunate. We were able to actually utilize those job fairs to bring in some new folks. You can see that, for example, on the 23rd, we had an elementary teacher and a career technical education teacher focusing in art, and then some classified staff that were hired on as a result of that job fair. And then on the 21st, we had a few additional folks, an elementary teacher, counselor, and a considerable number of classified staff. So I would say overall, a significant success for us. We're looking forward to being able to continue to do our best to conduct that outreach and work with our community through the job fair process. For our high schools, and this is, the job fair represented the folks that actually came to us and went through, participated in a job fair. These other folks are folks that either learned about us through individuals on our campuses, they learned about us through EdJoin and the postings we had, and you can see the number of different positions, certificated, classified, and management that we filled. Just something to point out to you, at Argonaut High School, as you all are aware, you took action here to approve it. We hired a principal and a vice principal this year, in addition to the work we did with our classified and the work there. Earlier tonight, thanks to your approval, the agriculture teacher that is split between the campuses now has an opportunity to be able to receive that induction and support for them. At Independence, we had no openings, and so as much as possible, if there were no openings, I just want to make sure that I made a note of that so you could see that yourselves. Over at Ione Junior High School, we had the physical education teacher that split between Ione Junior High School and Jackson Junior High, the English teacher, 2 FTE, and then an itinerant band music teacher and a school nurse that was hired. We had no classified hires for those particular 2 schools. At our elementaries, because we've got a few, there's quite a few, so we'll just try to split it over a couple slides. You can see that at Pine Grove, we hired 2 elementary teachers. At Plymouth Elementary, we were able to hire a counselor there, 1.5 FTE. Actually, it's 1 full FTE there, and then being able to have that half that is split among another campus. In this case, it's Sutter Creek. At Jacksonville, we hired a total of 5 full-time equivalent teachers there, as well as a mild moderate teacher. And then we have the TKK for Plymouth and our food service worker 2s and instructional aides for Jackson Elementary. Uh-oh. There we go. I said everybody go our TK counselor. There's the other half of that person. So they're split between the 2 campuses. And you can see that we hired anywhere from 4.8 full-time equivalent teachers at Owen Elementary to the 3 teachers at Sutter Creek Primary and Elementary, and then at Pioneer Vapa, our mild moderate teacher at 1 FTE. In addition to the classified staff that have come on board with us, you can see everything from library clerks to instructional aides to folks that are working in our food service program. So altogether, around the certificated hires, we had 34 new hires, 6 internal transfers, and 1 promotion that came out of the ranks, went into a different position. On our classified side, we had 16 new hires, 1 new hire transportation bus driver, and then 3 internal transfers and 7 promotions. Our current vacancies, and these are vacancies that we're still seeking to fill. This is as of Friday of last week. You can see in the mild moderate side, we're looking at Argonaut High School, Jackson Elementary, and Jackson Junior High. On the elementary side, we're looking at Allen Elementary. And just to point out for the elementary teachers, Allen Elementary is 2 FTE. Jackson Elementary is the 1 full-time equivalent. At Pioneer Vapa Magnet, we have 2 full-time equivalent that we're still recruiting for. And then at Pine Grove, we have 1 that we're still recruiting. We have a science teacher opening at Iowa Junior High School that we're continuing to try to advertise and recruit. And then we unfortunately had, we were very fortunate, we were able to hire someone earlier this summer as a BCBA, and sadly that person parted service with us, and we are looking for a program specialist. On the classified side, you can see the number of different opportunities that we're looking to hire there, everything from TKK aides at those 2 campuses, on to instructional aides bed, and then cook manager at Argonaut High. Bus drivers, car van drivers is a consistent theme. I know that you've heard about it a number of times here. And that is the report that I have on the Amador County Unified School District side. If you have any other questions, I'm available for any of those.
Okay, thank you for that report. Peyton, any questions or comments?
No.
Peter?
Considering how previously I tried to insist you get creative and find some people, thank you for finding some people. Perhaps being a little bit too optimistic. I know sometimes that people with greater experience and far more wisdom than I do know that it's time that we have to part ways with a teacher who isn't up to par, or however you want to express that. But I really hope that we try, as we continue to have, shall we say, vacancies, that we try to be very careful before we fire people. Thank you.
Okay, Ken?
Thank you for the presentation. Very easy to follow, very easy to understand. Are the current vacancies, are most of those positions right now being long-term subs, or are there some schools that actually are down a teacher and that whatever that teacher would teach is not being taught?
Yeah, we're doing, thank you, Trustee Farrar. In every one of those cases, we're doing everything from long-term substitutes to individuals that are in long-term substitute committee, we're from a 30-day credential to folks who are fully credentialed that may be a retiree that's coming back to work with us. But in every one of those positions, to the greatest extent possible on the certificated side, we've got someone that's either backfilling. The one notable exception I would say is the intervention teacher over at Allen Elementary. I know they just conducted interviews and are moving forward with their process. There is not a substitute in that particular role at this point, but we're hopeful that very soon we'll be able to get that filled.
Okay. And it's also my understanding that as of last week, we do have enough bus drivers +1. Are we still trying to hire more in case people call out sick? But I was told we were fully staffed with
Emphatically,
bus
yes, sir. We're doing everything possible to try to get more folks hired and frankly on our bench. It's one of those things where between illnesses and everything that happens to people that work, we're always, even having one additional is not a safe place for us. We want to be able to have a number of folks that are available.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, and I want everybody else to hear out there, is that we do have enough bus drivers, and unfortunately, sometimes people get sick, and then sometimes bus routes have to be canceled. We have filled all the vacancies we need. We have one additional bus driver, and the district is doing everything they can to get these routes running.
That is correct.
So people need to understand that. Thank you.
Okay. Shane?
Compared to last year, is there an increase in having, are there more positions filled than last year, or it's kind of the same, or?
You know, I'll tell you, frankly, I have not had a chance to go back and look at last year. I would say that it is, I mean, folks, I'll say for an organization as small as us, 34 new hires is a lot. I'd have to go back and look at that to be completely honest.
Not that it was anything striking that I was going to say, but just wondering. And this might be for Sadie. What when you have, like, in special ed, when you have new students come in and, like, you need an increase in staffing, how does that, do you just move people around, or do you start advertising right away, or?
Well, that's a great question. I think it's complicated because there's a lot of factors that implicate that. So, for example, depending on the type of needs for the student will determine on the type of credential, of course, that is being utilized. We, in our collective bargaining agreements, have different teacher to student ratios based on then that type of credential. So if they're in an extensive support needs, and then it's further determined based on the grade levels that they choose. So the first 3 weeks I will offer of school is a really critical time because we will find that, even now we have quite a few families that they're still enrolling their students. Often shouldn't say often, but it's not uncommon that those are some of our students with the greatest needs as well, that are relocating for a variety of reasons. And so we are, in fact, today, I spent a good portion of my day working with our office team in order to look at caseloads, so pulling caseloads and analyzing those numbers. With our speech and language pathologists, as you have all been aware in regards to our contracts. We did not make the gains that I was hoping for in regards to expanding the hires for our speech and language team. We did, however, make gains in regards to the in-person partnership because that's kind of the second tiered goal that we all shared is really transitioning from being dependent on the virtual providers for service delivery to in-person. Anyways, I could talk about this far longer than anybody would like me to. But yes, it's definitely a process and we are managing it and we are still having our numbers increase. Having partners with our bargaining unit members is critical too in order to understand where we might have certain classrooms and grade levels that are more impacted than others. For example, we anticipated being impacted in our younger years and we pivoted over the summer and planned for opening the classroom in Pine Grove. And right now, our partners for SEEK, we're experiencing different areas that were impacted we couldn't have anticipated. So I hope that answers your question, but also happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Just so you know, I thought of that question all by myself. Thank you.
Okay.
Turn my mic
James?
off.
Bus drivers, van drivers, that they were hired. Is that what that is?
No, these are vacancies. We're still advertising. So this is going to be a consistent advertisement for us because we know that we need to have
green
folks.
words, vacancies. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah. I'm just thinking. That's all. No questions. Sorry.
I appreciate the update on this. I do like to see kind of how we're doing and where we need to go. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 17, our board policy updates.
Absolutely. Board President Parker and trustees, what you have before you are the board policies for second reading. I just wanted to share on this was a decision reached by the Superintendent Critchfield and Board President Parker. Board Policy 6145.2 athletic competition that was discussed previously. It was determined that at this time it'd be best to have that item pulled from these current policies in light of the fact that there's still quite a bit of discussion and quite a bit of, frankly, decision-making around what's going to happen with that particular policy at the state and federal level. Superintendent Critchfield is closely monitoring the changes happening here at the statewide level. And when it is appropriate, and we have definitive advice to be able to bring a recommendation forward to the board, it will come at that time. So I just want to make a point that the board policies you're seeing here for adoption are the board policies that you've read previously, with the exception of Board Policy 6145.2, athletic competition, which was a mutual decision of our board president and our superintendent to pull due to the need for additional information from our federal and state agencies.
Thank you, Dr. Palazuelos. Okay, we'll go down the line. Is there any questions or comments? Peyton?
No.
Peter?
No.
Ken?
No questions. I would just like to ask that next time we pull something that we've already discussed, maybe the rest of the board can hear about it before the board meeting.
Sure. Shane?
Kind of a, I guess, policy question, not on these particular ones, but I thought we were going to have something on the cell phone policy, or is that in the works?
That's right.
The trustees, and I'll pull that policy right now. Matter of fact, I'll look to our Assistant Superintendent, Patty Horn, who might have some. Do you have the specific policy that's already been approved?
We don't have this, but we have the one that's in, but my computer is not playing nicely and I can't seem to pull it up for you. But we do, Superintendent Critchfield and I were in contact with our high school administrators and our directors to try to get that. We have some recommended verbiage from CSBA, but we're trying to see if that's enough or we want to go a different route.
Okay. I think it'd be good sooner than later to have some type of discussion on that so we can get that out there.
We currently have one that we adopted in June when we did the global adoption. That currently, I can summarize it for you, basically leaves the decision up to the site administrators and teachers on how they're handling it. And that gives that autonomy to each of the teachers, if some want to use, if some don't, and the site together to make that decision. We're looking to see if maybe the board would like us to go in a more stringent way or leave that policy as it stands.
That's right. That's what I mean about having a discussion where it's a presentation so we can have a discussion.
We are working on getting you some sample language so you can see both
Okay.
current policy and a more, for lack of a better term, strict policy.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Shane. James?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. If there's no further questions, we would just need a motion to approve these.
I have a quick comment.
Yeah.
I definitely would like to move forward with the more stringent policy, because I don't think it's fair to leave it up to the teachers whether they want to or not. So you have no cell phone one class, you can have it in the class the next time. That's never going to work. So I appreciate if you guys do bring that to the board.
Okay. All right, so we would just need a motion for our updates for this round. And we don't have any first readings, it looks like, so this is just it.
Move to approve item 17, board policy updates.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James? I'm also a yes. Okay, then we'll move on to reports. A report from the superintendent. Mr. Critchfield isn't here. Mr. Palazuelos?
I don't have a report. Thank you,
Okay.
trustees.
All right, we'll move to our student board member, Peyton.
Okay, I'll start with my school report. So ASB has been diligently working throughout the whole school year, and we actually started meeting during the summer, but it didn't technically start. So I was just going to start at freshman orientation, which went super well, and all the freshmen are so spunky and they have so much attitude. It's so funny. And then we had the first day of school, which was the walk-in rally for the freshmen, and then also for the seniors, but we highlighted both. And then we welcomed them, and then we were welcomed as well. And then we held our freshman class elections to come into ASB. And they had 16 applicants, which we thought was really good because for every other class, it's always been the same 4 people and nobody really wants to run against their friends. So it's there's not really any competition, but it was like really cool to see all of them like advertising and doing all that. And then today was actually the first day that the freshmen were able to come into the ASB class with us. So it's like new getting to know them and having them like incorporate their ideas with homecoming that we have all been preparing for. And that's next week, and next Friday, and then next Saturday as well. And then we have a lot of new staff and then a new campus supervisor at our school this year. So it's like getting used to knowing them, and I don't even know all of them yet, and it's hard for me to like name them all because it's like I don't have them, so it's kind of like I'm still getting used to it. But for sports, football won their first game, yay! And then there's another home football game this Friday against Pierce, and our volleyball team is 3-0. And then cross country has their first meet in early September. And flag football is still getting ready for their season, and they've played a few games and they're going well. And they're really excited for the second year that it's been introduced. And I would like to end on a few of the notes that I took during this meeting because it was very long, and I wasn't really aware of the whole, or I was aware of it, but I wasn't as informed as I would like to be. But I would like to urge the board to consider whether this health insurance increase reflects the values that we say that we stand for. And one of the core values, the students, one of them said tonight that you can't put students first when you put teachers last. And if we truly want to support the students, we must also support the good quality teachers who guide us every day. One example, he was here earlier. His name is Mr. Sweet, Todd Sweet. Just one of the many teachers who have supported and shaped me as an individual. Even though I've never been on his roster, he has never let me down when I've come to him with a need. Don't tell Mr. Cagle because it was really last minute, but this Monday I had to ask Mr. Sweet to announce for our volleyball game on Monday. So I asked him the day of, like 2 hours before the game. And he came, he did the announcements, he stayed, and he supported us. And that was just like a real world example of what dedication looks like to me. And his decision, it's just been the decision for the health insurance, making teachers leave has been noticed every day by the students at Amador. And especially when the English teachers we've had, so my 2 English teachers that I've had in the past 3 years that I've gone here, both had to leave due to this. And it's crazy because having an English class all 4 years is a graduation requirement, and having a weak English department is really, it's just it's sad to see the English kids struggle, including myself. I never really felt confident in my writing ability, and it's just kind of sad to see the teachers having to leave because of something like this. And in smaller counties like ours, having that as a fundamental requirement, it's really important for students to have that just for their futures in general. And having long-term teachers not being able to stay, it just hurts the quality of the education that's provided to us students. And if you, another person said, if you ask the parents, will they say that you're doing the best for us, the students, after all the basic education requirement teachers have to quit? And I know I'm just a kid up here trying to make sense of health insurance, and I still don't know all the ins and outs, but one common problem has surfaced all night. Coming from a student who has suffered from teacher shortages since returning from COVID, I hope that you guys will take it under consideration and make changes that positively support both the teachers and the students, so we can still all be proud of the next generation that comes from Amador County. Thank you.
Thank you, Peyton. Peter?
This was quite a meeting. I am impressed that some of you are still here. I'm grateful that you choose to stick around and want to hear anything I have to say. These issues are not easy, and I would be a liar if I said I had the solution, because my own budget at home is certainly not as perfect or whatever as it could be or should be. We probably have more debt than we should, and all those sorts of things that we all struggle with as people. I do think creative solutions can be found. I would hope that any solution that is sought for, bargained for, and I do recognize the bargaining process is important, and to me, although some people in the public sphere think that public employees should not be able to collectively bargain, it is something I think is worthwhile and helps make California special. For all of our flaws, I do think that is a good thing for people to be able to collectively bargain. And so, not trying to be too crazy vulnerable, but there are some things, in my own union with Menteek Unified, where I have felt like I wasn't quite thrilled with everything they were doing. And so I'll admit that when I briefly served as an administrator for Menteek Unified and I was not allowed to be in the union, and then I came back, I kind of just sort of didn't sign back up right at first. And after a lot of soul searching and whatnot, I did. And I am very much a proud member of CTA and believe that it's the right thing because students need to be taught, and it's about learning. And we do need to attract high-quality people to the profession. So I don't know what the answer is, whether salaries of some leadership could be adjusted as a demonstration of good faith. And maybe this is a trivial thing, because as a board member, between this and the county meeting, we get around $400 a month. But if it'll help, I will proudly donate the rest of my board salary for my term so I can go to people who need it more. We've got to get creative and find some solutions that are not temporary, that are permanent. And as stated by our previous board member who spoke tonight, I believe in this cabinet and this leadership that you're in it for the right reasons and want to find real solutions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Peter. Ken?
I just think it was great the turnout tonight. It wasn't fun to hear. I myself am being affected by it also. My wife's a teacher. We had the fun talks with both our boys that it was time for them to go find their own benefits through their jobs. And that's not fun when they thought they were going to be able to be covered through us till they're 26. So it's a very, very hard situation. I don't want to make excuses, but we were presented with one option for health benefits. So it's either vote for CalPERS or we don't have anything. Going back to New Front wasn't an option. We were told that we might have other options. We didn't. Things worked out how they've worked out. I know as a district and our district office, we're trying to do everything that they can, and I trust in that process, and I trust in the CTA and the other bargaining units to do the same. We do have to come up with a solution because there's $3,800 a month for benefits. Just I can't even compute that in my head. How is that possible? So you benefits and your mortgage, and good luck with anything else. So hopefully we can figure out a solution. We're going to have to. We don't want to lose our teachers, as evidenced by the many students, and God bless them, for less of a better expression, for getting up and speaking, because obviously they weren't the most comfortable doing that. And the fact that they got up and spoke is a tribute to their teachers. So let's remember that. I know that our last meeting, and this is one of the things we have to get through with the public, because I got several phone calls or emails because James, Mr. Rosano, last meeting had asked for just an accounting of the salaries and the structure in the district office. I noticed that's absent tonight. I don't know why. But I'm not saying anybody needs to lose their job or have their pay cut, but we do need to look into everything. And I think we've taken, one of the first steps to maybe more fiscal responsibility, maybe not, with our vans tonight. What was good in June wasn't good in July. And as a school board up here, I've been on for less than a year, but I think we're a cohesive group that really wants what's best for the teachers and for the district. And I'm not advocating for anybody to lose their job. I just think, we need to look where we can maybe find some money that can go towards the teachers or something else besides what it's going to. I also want to point out the one gentleman who spoke of the board showing up late to the graduation last year. We have no control over how long the Amador graduation goes for. We're not going to run on them short term. Sorry about that. Next year, we'll probably be late to the Amador graduation. And both vehicles we showed up in were rentals, not $80,000 Wagoneers that the district just felt like buying. So make no mistake, we do understand our finances and we are trying to be responsible. And it's rumors like that that get the public all riled up. Rented Wagoneers last week for the graduation or at graduation, and we were late because we were at the Amador High graduation. That's all I have.
Okay, Shane?
I think everyone up here supports our teachers, supports our students. Otherwise, we wouldn't be up here. There are going to be hard decisions that are going to be made, and these decisions aren't going to be done to punish anyone or gain favor with anyone. We're trying to get through this storm that we're in, and it was so hard to hear the stories, not only tonight but previous board meetings, emails, at morning ball, anywhere I hear these stories, and we have to find a solution, and I just hope that people understand that we're up here trying, and we're also willing to listen. And please, everyone in the public, please keep speaking up, reaching out to your trustee, and letting your opinion be heard. And I'm here for the long haul, and hopefully we'll get through this. But please, it's going to take everyone trying to keep your emotions in check and try to think before you speak. Thank you.
Okay. James?
I don't have any reports for tonight. Thank you.
I had a lot of things actually that I had planned to say, that I think that I'm not going to say them now. I will save them for a future meeting. However, I will say that we've talked about this before. The district is in active negotiations, and so we will be working closely with the district and working to find a solution. And our main goal in the district has been directed to get to a solution before October, before these rates hit paychecks. So I will leave it at that. With that, we don't have, our next meeting is going to be on Wednesday, September 17th, 2025, here, open session at 6:30, and with that, we are adjourned. We're going to take just a quick break before we jump into the county meeting. ahead and call the county meeting to order. Give me just 1 second. When we get started, we need to probably extend the time. If we could get a motion for that.
No.
Well, I will. I would motion to extend the time by another 30 minutes to 11:30, because after all, why not have a solid 6-hour meeting, yo?
Correct. Okay. Okay, all board members are here. Do we have any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
Do we have to vote on the extension?
Oh. It's been a long meeting, you guys. Okay, go ahead, please. Please do.
I motion to extend the meeting.
Oh, he already did. We just.
Oh, he did?
I
Okay.
second it.
Okay, the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Yes.
Ken? Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Sorry.
Okay. We do have one correction.
Yes, Board President. The one correction, microphone doesn't work. The one correction is under our employee organizations. There's the president of the CSEA Chapter 827 is Jamie Hatton. It incorrectly lists Ms. Matheson. She was our former president. Our president is now Jamie Hatton.
Okay, thank you. Presentations and recognitions, we don't have any this evening, so we'll move on to our employee organizations. So we will have Miss Angie Lucas. Come on up.
Hello. It is far past my bedtime, and wouldn't it be cool if we switched this every other month so that I could be here and not sleep while you guys are meeting? Just, that's my little plug about that. So good evening, board and cabinet. I want to start by thanking you all for engaging in our coordinated effort to retain and recruit extensive support needs teachers and designated instructional staff, which has resulted in all of our ESN classes starting the year staffed without a single substitute teacher. And I think the first time since I've been here, so for 10 years. So thank you for that. While it saddens me not to have Mr. Critchfield here today when the topic of discussion is so important and pressing for all employees, I would still implore you to hear the message of all of us. We cannot afford to stay. You have heard many speakers today, and I'm sure countless more messages via email and other private conversations regarding the impacts of these insurance changes on your employees and their families. The mission of the Amador County Special Education Department is to provide all students, their families, and colleagues with consultation and services empowering them to be engaged, resourceful, independent, goal-directed learners and community members. We finalized that last year. In order to accomplish these goals, all parties, including students and staff, must have their basic needs met. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, all people must have their physiological needs met, then safety needs, followed by love and belonging, and then esteem before achieving self-actualization. We as educators and school staff strive to provide students with the support they need to meet these goals, but we need those things too. And health and well-being is right there at the base of that triangle. So your employees will be put in a position to choose between food and water over their stability. Many will be facing the real possibility of losing their homes, their cars, and their livelihood with the changes set to take place in October. We cannot afford to stay. No one's needs will be met when teachers and paraprofessional positions are unfilled and bus drivers and food service jobs remain vacant. We cannot afford to stay. Education is the core of what we are charged with doing as school district employees. We must be supported in accomplishing that goal. I can assure you, none of us went into this field to make the big bucks, right? We want a comfortable, stable life where we can serve our community. Faced with the upcoming cost increase for insurance, we cannot afford to stay. It has been mentioned several times tonight that unions will be responsible for negotiating a viable pathway forward. As lead negotiator for SEEK, I can assure you that we ended negotiations last year, seeing the writing on the wall that something was gonna change, seeking some, like any financial compensation, and designated for health and welfare, and we were met with resistance. So that's where we're at right now. Every returning teacher was required to complete an intent to return form by June 30th. We did not receive an update and confirmation of our current path with CalPERS until after this date, effectively trapping many teachers in a lose-lose situation. This has significantly impacted the trust and confidence that we have with the district, and that the district is acting in our best interest. So I stand before you today on behalf of the special educators of Amador County, as well as for myself and my family. My husband spoke earlier. We are educators. We are members of this community that we love. Both my husband and I grew up here, we went to school here, and we chose to return here. We cannot afford to stay here. Please hear our plea and use your position as elected members of the Amador County School Board to help rectify this situation for all employees, because as of right now, we cannot afford to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have CSEA 827 with Miss Hatton. Or she's sick? Okay. All right, next we're gonna move on to public comments on non-agenda items. Real quick, a person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay, so number one, we have Miss Bonnie Gale.
I am up here tonight on behalf of my colleagues. Our special ed paraeducators are the lifeblood of our classrooms. My classroom does not work without them. Right now, as it is, there's a significant number that are only 6-hour employees. The monies that are put toward their medical is not as significant as the 7.5-hour employees. I have employees in my classroom that have asked to have the additional hours, and it is nigh almost impossible for them to get it. I have 2 aides in my classroom who shop at the food bank. Right now, the wages that they get are not a living wage. And then with this new facing of this financial devastation with the insurance, it's even more. I know that the board was given 2 choices, New Front or CalPERS. And you're in a very difficult situation because you're advisory, you're like the rubber stamp. But I'm hoping that as a community, as the educational community, we can come together to support the educators and all the lifeblood of our district. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have Jeannie Jensen.
Hello again. Hello. I appreciate the realization that you've come to this evening as all these people came forward and spoke to you about what the impact of this decision, this only option is going to be upon our families, etc. But I'm going to tell a story. I was in the woods the whole summer and didn't have connectivity. And when I came out of the woods, my phone lit up, all sorts of ways to communicate to me came to me. And my daughter called me and asked, "Hey, so how you doing?" And I said, "Wow, it was a great summer. I got to spend time with your dad," which I don't do at all during the school year. And I said, "But it feels like this. The people who lived through the Dust Bowl, they saw the cloud coming on the horizon, and it was rumbling forward to them, and it grew and it grew, and it became a wall of dust that enveloped them. And I want you to know that the district has known about CalPERS because we met with them at the end of the school year with CalPERS, and therefore anything that you were asked to pay for in the summer was not preparing very well for the realization and the actualization of what was the possible only option. At our homes, when we know something like this is going to happen, we prepare, and then if it doesn't happen, we say, whew. But we saw it. We saw the cloud coming. We've asked for them to prepare for the cloud, and this is what we've gotten. We're trapped in this moment without preparation from our leadership. It wasn't June. It was far before then. And they didn't prepare. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, James. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Peter. Thank you all. It's going to be tough, but we expect something great. Also, Kayla, when you say that the union is going to make this better, it isn't the union that has to make the decision. The decision, the money, cannot come from us. And when we put forward a proposal that we're going to be told, well, we're in a qualified budget and we're trapped in this, I get it. It's not our decision. It is a good faith decision from the district. Sorry, I'm mad. There, I don't usually share that much, but I'm tired too. Good night.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments on consent? Actually, really quickly before we move on, we do have one more public comment on the consent agenda. Miss Patricia Njiha.
Hello, board. Here to annoy you one last time about finances. So the warrants for Amador County Office of Education, much less to go through than ACUSD, so that was kind of nice for my eyes. Again, just urge you to go through, see what recurring charges we have, ask the questions, and I really appreciate all of the questions that you guys asked with ACUSD meeting. I really think you guys, all 5 of you, are just wonderful, like night and day from previous boards I've, heard. Let's see, so some of the big ticket items, Wells Fargo Equipment Finance, almost 60,000 there. Allied Benefit Systems, 144. Sacramento County Office of Education, Social Emotional Learning for 116. And then here and there, 20,000, 10,000. So yeah, just keep asking the questions. Why do we really need this? And where can we make cuts? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna just move on to the consent agenda. We'll go down the board and see if we have any questions or comments. Peter?
When it comes to the warrants, there is an item dated on, well, a lot of them are dated August 1st, but this one is 600799055 to Frontline Technologies Group for 24,000 and change. Is that like a companion item to the district side, or the county's bearing the full cost of Frontline, or?
In most cases, the county bears the cost of Frontline when it comes to Frontline Technologies.
And that was just a budgetary decision that it makes
Correct.
more sense at the parent organization, if you will, the bigger organization?
County office overseeing the district, yes.
Okay. I know you've answered this before, and I feel foolish asking again and again, but just for my own clarity, when we have big things like to Allied Benefit Systems, is that just a standard monthly payment, or is this another example of our claims being too high and are having to pay more, or?
This particular one is the premiums that were paid for July, August, September.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ken?
I guess a warrant question, just because it was just brought up, the Wells Fargo Equipment Finance, can you just refresh me on what that's for?
Well, that one's a unique one, and we do pay that one once a year. That is our finance payment that we have for buses. This is a 10-year finance that was started quite a few years ago, 7 years ago, I want to say. So we have a few years left on it.
Okay, that's just why it looked new to me, because it's yearly and I wouldn't have seen it before.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Shane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions on this either, so we would just need a motion for consent.
I make the motion that we approve item 8, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're going to move on to item 9, communications. We do not have any. So then we're on to item 10, the action items. Resolution number ACOE 252603 for naming district representatives to the State Allocation Board. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. This is a companion item to the district side. This is a similar resolution, but in this case, we're doing it for the county office. It would give authorization for the following individuals to act as county representatives: Jared Critchfield, myself, and Joe Cruz. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Okay, do we have any additional questions on this item? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
Motion to approve item 10, resolution ACOE 2526-03 for naming district representatives to the State Allocation Board.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. We're on to item 11, the discussion items. Report to trustees, ACOE Human Resources, start of the school year. Dr. Palazuelos.
All right, with pleasure. Thank you, Board President Parker. So before you trustees is the report to the Amador County Office of Education regarding our efforts for start of school and our hires. So we held 2 job fairs. In much of this, you'll see some companion pieces that you saw in the first presentation on the district side. The dates of our job fairs were the same. We held, we conducted a 2-in-1. We were trying to find folks for ACOE as well as for ACUSD. Unfortunately, we did not find or were not able to recruit any ACOE hires from either of the 2 job fairs. With respect to openings and what we were able to recruit this past year, at Amador, Argonaut, and Independence, we didn't have any certificated openings on the ACOE side. However, on the classified side, you'll see that at Trillia, we hired a medically fragile paraprofessional. And then for Jackson State Preschool, we had 2 preschool IAs. At Independence, where our program for adult transition is now housed, we had 1 medically fragile paraprofessional was hired for that particular program. At our junior high schools, we had at Jackson Junior High School, should say extensive support needs. Just so you know, you may hear the 2 terms interchangeably. Moderate severe teacher is the former term for extensive support needs. It has now been changed. One of the things is our job description still reads moderate severe teacher, so it's something that we're working on. Itinerant, we did hire an occupational therapist. For the classified side at Jackson Junior High, we hired an ELOP instructional aide. That's our after-school program. And then on the management side, we were able to hire 2 psychologists, 2 full-time equivalent. Over at our elementary schools, as much as possible, try to capture this all in one slide. At Pine Grove, and you heard about it a bit ago, we were able to hire the mod severe teacher there at 1 full-time equivalent, medically fragile paraprofessionals, and then 2 ELOPIAs. At Plymouth, we didn't have any certificated openings. However, we were able to get a night custodian, a school community outreach worker, 1 ELOP instructional assistant, and then the 2 preschool instructional assistants. Over at Jackson, Sutter Creek, Ione, and Pioneer, we didn't have any ACOE openings for certificated, but you can see that at every one of the campuses, we had an ELOP instructional aide or an instructor that was hired. On the certificated side, we hired 4 new and 1 transfer from ACUSD. And on the classified side, we had 25 new hires, 14 transfers, and 2 promotions. This was something really special. We're real proud of it. Over this past year, thanks to our work with the unit with special educators of Amador County, we entered into an agreement on the 22nd of April, creating a multi-year recruitment incentive, providing $40,000 over that time period for credentialed hires, $15,000 for permit holders, and then for retention bonuses, $30,000 for credentialed staff and $15,000 for permit holders over a 5-year period. We have some repayment rules and everything that's there. The period for us runs from April 22nd through March 6th. The eligibility applies to new hires for 25-26 and returning SEEK bargaining unit members for 25-26. We were able to hire 3 new hires under that particular recruitment incentive. The itinerant occupational therapist, one full-time equivalent, and then as you see here, the Jackson Junior High extensive support needs teacher. Earlier it said moderate severe, but you can see we're already trying to interchange the job title, and then a Pine Grove STEM magnet school and extensive support needs teacher. Our current vacancies, and this is one that we'll continue to recruit for, is a .20 with full-time equivalent on the assistive technology side and certificated, 5 full-time equivalents in speech and language therapists, and then on the classified side, we're still recruiting for ELOP. Just to let trustees know, we have over 550 students enrolled in our ELOP program, which is a considerable increase from just a couple of years ago where we were at 300 students. So there's a definite need in our community, and this is all restricted funding for ELOP that comes from the state. So it's definitely a positive for our families and a positive for all of our folks that work in that division. And that's it.
Okay, perfect. Questions or comments? Peter?
No, I'm just excited that the recruitment and retention incentive seems to have helped attract some people.
Ken?
Okay, couple questions. In the high schools, at Amador for classified, it's just blank.
And thank you for finding that, Ken. It should say no ACOE openings. We do not operate an ACOE program on the high school campus at Amador. They operate at Argonaut and Independence only.
That's what I thought, just want to make sure.
Nope, good catch, good catch.
And then, again, on the recruitment and retention incentive, the period is April 22nd, 25 through March 6th, 25. I'm assuming that's March 6th, 26.
Good catch, sir, 26.
Not trying to be the one
Oh,
that catches
no.
all the errors, just want to make sure.
I appreciate that. No, March 6, 2026. So those openings, and I'll go back over here to the vacancies, anyone that we're able to recruit through March of 2026 will be able to enjoy that incentive. So,
Are you hoping to extend that?
so the term of the agreement is through that period right now as far as the opening window, always subject to negotiation and working with our unit. I think a lot of it has to do with where we're able to, how many folks are able to attract up to that.
And does that incentive money come from general fund?
That incentive money comes, that'll come from, I'm going to go to Robert. Robert?
Yeah, for the most part, it comes from the general fund. It would come from the general fund overall, Fund 01. It could be special education dollars, but that'd be skin state dollars again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, Shane?
No questions. Just I'm grateful that the incentive program has been set up, and I'm hoping that it can keep bringing people in.
James?
I don't have anything other than maybe we can get our IT guy to check out what's going on with our iPads.
It says it's a maintenance update, simply is down for maintenance.
Right, but I can't access anything.
Okay.
It's not my friend right now.
I'll make note of that for you, Trustee Marzano.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, that was just a discussion item, so we're gonna move on to item 12, the board policy updates. Mr. Palas, or Dr. Palazuelos.
Yeah, Adrian's fine. So trustees, before you present are the board policy updates on the County Office of Education side. Just to point out to you that all of these are now at the adoption stage for you to consider. As stated previously, 6145.2, the athletic competition, is not present on these particular policies. And we would recommend approval on the policies you see here. We're still waiting for advisement and an opinion from legal on respect to the federal and the state changes with the other policy.
Okay, any further questions or comments on the board policies? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
I would like that the cell phone topic be also in this board meeting.
Okay, for the county side. Okay, we would just need a motion.
Just real quick on that same comment, and I know we're trying to move along and everything, but I would reiterate that choosing to adopt a policy in Manteca Unified to completely not allow cell phones, at least at the high school level, has been instrumental to improved classroom success. In my room, we use a little pocket chart. There are some teachers who even have this cute little cell phone jail where the kid has to put it in there and then lock it with a key. So there are different ways of helping students focus on learning. And given that it is legally required by, I believe, June or July of '26, let's go.
Okay. All right, noted. Okay, so we would just need a motion for item 12.
Make a motion, we approve item 12, board policy updates.
Second.
Okay. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Next, we have information only, current personnel recommendations. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Can't pull it up.
Yeah, I can't pull it up either.
Assembly just went down.
Yeah, assembly's
So,
down. So, okay, that's our cue. Do we have any further reports? We'll go there.
Well, can
Do we have any questions about current personnel
you kind of tell
recommendations?
us what that was, Adrian?
Maybe.
Hold on a second. I'm still live right now, but I think I may have just.
No, I think mine's
Nope,
the same time.
it's done, yeah. The personnel recommendations, I would tell you that any of the hires that have happened since the last board meeting on the County Office of Ed side or any transfers will be present in there, right? Unfortunately, Trustee Fryer can't name them verbatim, but they're all present in there. Yeah.
Okay. So we will go, do you have a report?
No report.
Okay. Further reports, Peter?
No.
Ken?
I just want to make the comment that negotiations are a two-way street. So everybody has to be able to get involved and work together. If we dig in, we're not going to solve anything. That's it.
Okay. Shane? James?
I have nothing to report other than I'm going to touch on what I said about the iPad. What do we do if this is not accessible during a board meeting? Have you guys have packets ready?
You know what, Trustee Marzano, that's an excellent question. I would tell you that as far as having a fail-safe, like having packets ready for you, I'm not aware that we're doing that, but it's something I'll take back to Superintendent Critchfield in the event that we lose access to technology. And it was no sooner than you said that about Assembly, mine went down here too.
Yeah, I mean, as one of the board members that were against going into this era, I preferred the packet. Maybe it's for a good reason.
And I'll definitely take that, with your permission, Board President, I'll take that up with Superintendent Critchfield. Just a suggestion, and this is something that you all can take or leave as you wish. One of the features that you all have available to you once the agenda posts is you are able to download a PDF version of it that you can then maintain within your device. And then it'll be accessible. Ultimately, what it's going to do is just create a big PDF, and you'll have all the pages there, and you can scroll in and do everything.
Even
It's a pretty big file.
The attachments and everything.
Absolutely. It will bring the attachments over. Just know right now that it is going to be a big, depending on the length of the agenda, it could be a pretty large file. Just make sure you're near internet and you have it for a while.
So can you just convert it to a PDF and send it to us?
I personally would.
I mean, somebody can.
Yeah, I'll
Don't put that
I'll bring
onus
that up.
on us. Just send us a PDF.
Well, the only problem with that, not to be disagreeable, but platforms like Assembly that do that have the infrastructure and the network support and the back end things make that work. If they try to do it and then send us this massive PDF file, we'll never get it. So I'd recommend, if necessary, we learn how to do the Assembly process, but trying to do it some other distribution method is not likely to be successful.
Is it possible, if you'd like a paper packet, to ask for one? How about that? Okay.
I'll bring this forward to Superintendent Critchfield and
Okay.
trustees. I appreciate appreciate all the work you do, and thank you for allowing me to be here and support you in the small way that I was able to do this evening.
Okay. Any further comments, James? Okay.
Nothing.
I don't have any further reports. Just again, thanks everybody for coming out. I think your statements were impactful, and I look forward to working with everybody in the coming months. Okay? I don't know when the next date is. I think it was September 17th? The 17th? Okay, the next meeting is Wednesday, September 17th, right after the ACUSD meeting. And we are adjourned.